See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy.
every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. They promise they will all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug and them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learned about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
Mic check, mic check, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Family, students, everyone, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. As you're aware, the fall semester at Rattigan University is well underway, and I trust that you're prepared for the lecture and discussion today. As usual, the provost, yours truly, and the adjunct professor, DJ Kevin Stew, are here to ensure that you are informed, inspired, and educated. Then we on, Kevin. Yes. Good afternoon, my people, my people, my people. Look, without any delay, let me just remind you, all of you, to keep Jamaica and our brothers and sisters on the island in your prayer as they face the wrath of Melissa. And I urge our diaspora brothers and sisters to make your plans to provide assistance to affected communities, because they are going to need our help. If you notice, I didn't say make plans to assist the government of Jamaica, the community, because we have a history of providing assistance and the assistance just vanish. No accountability, no explanation. So let's just push that to the side and just say, people, keep Jamaica and Jamaicans and visitors too, whoever is on the island, just keep them all in your prayer. Regarding the community assistance, we're going to discuss that later with Professor ROSALEA Hamilton. She has an interesting take on how communities should act in these times and what role the diaspora has to play. I had a conversation with her a few days ago, and it was quite interesting. So she's going to join us later on, and we will delve deeply into that subject. Now, last week, and I have a lot to say today. Kevin, my heart full. Last week we provided information concerning the improvement of the academic and security aspects of education in Jamaica. We also informed you about a diaspora initiative to assist you to obtain critical documents from Jamaica. That's Exotic Light Chi. If you remember, she came on and she was talking about passports, birth certificates, marriage certificates, etc. And finally, we had that truly inspiring story of ISAT Buchanan's journey from prison to Parliament. It was very touching, very profound, and I trust that a lot of you would have found it to be inspiring as we did. And so today we have more information, more inspiration, and more education. Adjunct Professor, there's an election coming up, and I know you're aware of it, in the diaspora for positions in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council.
Yes.
Yeah. Today, we're going to explain the history and the purpose of the organization and why it's important for you in the diaspora to register to vote and or nominate yourself or someone you think will truly represent your interest as a diaspora member and not, and I repeat, not the interest of the Jamaican government. You cannot have a diaspora organization representing the interest of the Jamaican government to the exclusion of diaspora members. There are people in the diaspora who are suffering, believe it or not. And so we need to look out for them as well. They say what? Charity begins at home. Well, we have two homes. We have one here and we have one there. So now our health minister, Mr. Adjunct Professor, our health minister, a demonstrated failure by any standard, is becoming unhinged. And today we're going to add to his woes. Let me ask a question. Let me ask a couple of questions. Did someone ask whether the investigation of the relationship between Miss McDonough, Market Me, Minister Tufton, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness is incomplete? Did anyone ask that question? Did anyone ask whether the Integrity Commission should be out of commission, at least temporarily? Did anyone ask that question? Did someone ask whether the Public Procurement Commission, that's the body that's responsible for examining contracts issued by the government, did anyone ask whether that entity conducted itself in a manner befitting of the entity? Did anyone ask whether persons involved in this questionable procurement arrangement regarding Market Me should have been referred for prosecution? Mr. Adjunct Professor, I'm asking these questions. Did anyone ask those questions?
That's some serious questions to ask, though. Those
Yes.
are some telling questions.
We have more. Did anyone ask whether the Ministry of Health and Market Me achieved the goals set by the, and it's a long initiative, the name is long. Did anyone ask whether the Ministry of Health and Market Me achieved the goals set by the National Strategic and Action Plan for the Prevention and Control Non-Communicable Diseases in Jamaica? There is a plan. I've read the plan, and there are goals in that plan. Did anyone ask them? We're spending almost $80 million. Did we achieve this? What was the purpose? Did anyone ask whether the Jamaican taxpayer received value for money? Because that's a major consideration whenever government issues contracts. Remember, government doesn't have money to spend. It's taxpayers' money. It's your money they're spending, not theirs.
Facts.
Yes, someone asked all of these questions. I did. And remember,
answers.
Yeah, and remember, my people, I do not ask questions if I don't know the answers. I try to live by that creed. I try to live by that mandate. I try to live by that ethos. I try to live by that. If at all possible, don't ask questions if you don't know the answers. There are ways that you can get the answers, and then you ask the questions. In this case, it's called proper investigation. And we started our talk, well, we asked a question about the Integrity Commission. And we'll get to their role in this. And we have to preface that segment, Kevin. We have to preface that when we get there, because there are some folks who they're taking umbrage that we are calling out the Integrity Commission. But people remember now, the Integrity Commission is our premier anti-corruption agency. It took a great deal of time and treasure to establish that entity. And it is our duty as Jamaicans, as taxpayers, to ensure that they're acting within their mandate, they're acting within the remit of the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. And if we don't do that, we are complicit in their failure.
Mm-hmm.
We have to call it out, and hopefully they will see the criticism as being constructive. And if they don't see it as being constructive, then they need to leave and let people who are committed to doing the job, let them come on board. But we're going to call them out today. Regarding this procurement matter, as I said, there's much to explain, but it cannot be completed today. Cannot be. Those of you who joined us this past Wednesday on Come Reason with Rattigan, you got a taste. We would love to give you the complete meal today, but it's not possible. Instead, we're going to split the lecture in themes, and we will continue through next week, and the week after, and the week after, and the week after. And it's not because, by the way, you won't hear us repeating the themes, because there are so many themes in this 88 page, or what I think it's 88 pages. There's so many themes, and there's so many people involved. There's so many people that deserve criticism. Lots of people. And we're going to call them out. Now, shifting gears, Prime Minister Holness and Foreign Minister Johnson Smith are only now becoming aware of the meaning of geopolitics and what it means to play with the quote unquote big boys. As Chronic says, government accepting presents from foreign governments will still have fool them and a school them, a khaki them in a khaki them in. They're subordinates. Them not ready for prime time. And we're seeing it play out. We are witnesses to all of this going on. And by the way, what is Minister Marks, one of the worst ambassadors to the United States? She's former, but during her tenure it was horrible, terrible. What is she doing in the Baltic state of Estonia? How many of you know that she's in Estonia? It's your money she's spending. And when we tell you what she's in Estonia doing, you're going to be shocked. Jamaica have them kind of money for spend, and there are things that we can do online. There are things we can do online. Things that we can do online. She's traveling up in the Baltics. And we'll bring that to your attention next week.
We have business in Estonia?
No, we don't.
We're expanding Jamaican shores to Estonia. I'm so curious.
No, and you know what, Mr. Professor, here's the thing. Even if we wanted to establish a diplomatic relations with them, and I'm not sure that we have, because I don't think there's an Estonian embassy in Jamaica, but even if we wanted to,
Jamaica don't even know where Estonia is.
If you ask people, some of the people in the foreign service, Jamaica foreign, they wouldn't be able to point it out.
Yeah, them say, you know about Estonia, I'm not gonna take up 2 stone. Yeah, all right, that's how we do it. All right, so Estonia.
There's what? Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, right? Those are the Baltic states. And I don't know what we're doing up there. But you will see what she says she's doing up there. I don't know why we're there. And, she's there, or she was there, but we'll find out. And then also, people, we have to keep track of the spending, the travel budget. We want to make sure that that she's not doing what the prime minister's wife did, the speaker of the house, when she went to Japan. And then she went to Japan from Jamaica. But on her return, she stopped in New York and had dinner with her supporters. And then we asked the question, who paid for that leg of the trip? We have to hold them accountable. Up to now, them still not answer, you know. Up to now, they still not answer, but they know that we are paying attention, right? Now, former parliamentarian, and people listen to this one carefully. Former parliamentarian Michelle Charles, remember her from St. Thomas? She's now back in the States. People are asking me about the legitimacy of her tenure as parliamentarian because they checked a database consisting of people who renounced their U.S. citizenship. And there is mention of a few parliamentarians, including Michelle Charles's brother, Pernell Charles Jr. But her name did not appear. This is what I'm being told. They didn't see her name. They saw a couple other parliamentarians. They saw their names. So I've asked them to double check. Now, Kevin, it has come to my attention that the U.S. government is aware of the parliamentarians who are holders of U.S. permanent residence cards. They're U.S. permanent residents, green cards. They're people in parliament with green cards.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know who they are, but whoever they are, those individuals could be facing serious problems because to serve in the parliament, you have to declare that your residence is in Jamaica. You can't serve in parliament and say, I live in Florida. It don't work so. You have to put down a local, and you have to notify them, this is where I live. And that's an official declaration. The electoral office has all of this information. The issue is this. As a green card holder, you're supposed to live and work in the United States. There are exceptions where you can work outside, live outside. But if you don't satisfy those requirements and you live outside, it could be considered that you have abandoned, that's the legal term, abandoned your green card status. Hence, the distinct possibility of losing your immigration benefit, green card gone. So if you're serving in the parliament and you have a green card, and this is just generally speaking, and you've told the electoral commission that I'm running in the election and this is where I live. You are now saying I don't live anywhere else because you can't have two primary residences. You can only have one.
Mm-hmm.
And once you tell them, I'll put this up a little bit more. So mic check. Yes, everybody can hear me. Once you tell them, then that's it. Essentially, you've abandoned living in America and your green card status is in jeopardy.
When you say live, 1 second, as a permanent resident green card holder, living in the United States requires how much time per year continuously in the United States?
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, to live outside for an extended period, let me answer the question this way. To live outside for an extended period, you have to apply for a re-entry permit. Because remember now, if you stay out more than a year, you're in jeopardy of losing your green card. And in fact, these days, I don't even think they'll wait for a year. If they see where you're out constantly, you're out for an extended period. Like, let's say, for example, they see you come in, like some people live overseas and you spend, holidays, 2 months or whatever, and then you leave, and then they see you come back. They check the record and see you come back every year just for 2 months. They could construe that as having abandoned your residence because they're going to secondary you. They're going to question, where do you live? They're going to pull you out of the line. And so we notice that you're only spending 2 years here. But then, Kevin, there's another problem. Problem. If you work outside the U.S., you're supposed to still pay taxes.
In the U.S.?
in the US. You can't say, well, then I'm in Parliament and I'm getting money in Jamaica, and so no, they don't need to know. No, you're supposed to declare that. That is considered ordinary income. No, I don't know if it's
Freedom raised that question too. Did she pay taxes? Pay the IRS taxes?
Yeah, well, we in the fullness of time, those things will surface. And no, I don't know if it's true, but I overheard whispers that Minister Tufton has significant ties to the Atlanta area and that he has a green card. Again, I don't know if it's true. If it's not the case, if that is not the case, Minister Tufton, you have nothing to worry about. Meaning that if you don't have a green card and not and therefore you're not paying taxes, then you have nothing to worry about. However, Minister Tufton, if it's true that you have a green card, then don't rest easy. Not at this time. Maybe years ago, you could do that. So, Minister Tufton, only you alone know if you have a green card. We know that you're working in Jamaica, you're a member of the parliament, and you're being paid by the taxpayers of Jamaica. We don't know if you're paying taxes. In fact, some people might say that's not our business. But guess what? That is the business of the American government. They want to know if you're paying tax. And plus, all of you just get a big fat raise not too long ago.
But hold on. If you are representing the people of Jamaica, then it is very much our business. Because you're representing us.
Yes, from that end, yes.
Yes. It is very much our business.
Yeah. All right. It's a good point. Point well taken. But we're going to ease off of Minister Tufton for now. We're coming back in a Minister Tufton, and we're coming back hard. But tourism is about to get a blow from the elements and the courts. Because I'm hearing some things about a tourist who broke his leg as a result of allegedly the negligence of the hotel. And I have been contacted in terms of legal recourse. And so we're going to be working on that. So I just want to know from Minister Bartlett, is there a recovery plan for this? They run around and talk about tourism resilience and all of this. Just make sure you have a plan. And it appears that extrajudicial killings and the suppression of vital murder statistics are used to address the murder rate. That's another problem. And Minister Samuda, I hope you have a plan. You were talking about plan to harvest the rainfall and solve the water and the drought problems. I hope you have a plan.
The amount of rain that is on the way for Jamaica over the next 5 to 7 days.
Indeed. And then, Minister Morgan, your work is cut out for you because you're going to need more than a spark program to fix all the roads. So your work is cut out for you. Minister Baz, do you have any update on the rural school bus program and the old buses that are considered an environmental and health nightmare or hazard? Do you have any update on that? We have an update, and we're going to show it to you. And you know what? It was in the public domain, but I guarantee you when we show you, most of you have never saw it and you didn't hear about what's going on. But we're going to present that to you. Now, Paul Buchanan, that's the gentleman who opposed the prime minister. That was his opponent in the recent election. He has appealed the constituted authorities' ruling rejecting his request for a new election. And if you tuned in on Wednesday, you would have heard my explanation about the mechanism, how it works. Because if you are complaining about voter irregularities, like let's say you're a candidate, you don't just run to court. You have to go to a body called the constituted authority, and then you present your evidence. And then they're supposed to file on your behalf with the elections court. How many of you knew that there's a court in Jamaica called the elections court? They just gather some people at election time and say, all right, fine, we'll deal with the irregularities. No. So that's what he did. He went to them and they said, no, they rejected him. Now he's appealing. And here is the basis of his appeal. He's saying, look, under the statute, your job is not to examine and determine the weight of the evidence. Your job is to determine whether there is any evidence. But what they did, they made a judgment about evidence. And he said, no, 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 that's up to the elections court. You are an administrative body. You're not a judicial body. You can't make decisions like a judge. That's the big fight. That
Right.
they look at the evidence and they said, well, we don't think this warrants sending it to court. And you're saying, no, no, no. If you provide some evidence, any evidence, you're supposed to forward that to the court and let the court determine whether the evidence rises to the level where they can make a decision or where it will make a decision in his favor.
Oh, so they're playing court.
They play exactly. They're playing court. Now, I have it on good authority that the court will rule in favor of Mr. Buchanan. Now, where will this leave Prime Minister Holness? Because what this means, people, is that we're going to have a redo of the election. It may not be for the entire constituency, because I haven't read the full complaint. It may just be for a few polling stations, a few areas within the constituency, or it may be for the entire constituency. We don't know, but stay tuned because that matter will come before the court next month. And let's look at the segments where producer Joan has prepared for us. By the way, you don't like my new glass? You like my new glass, Kevin?
Yeah, man. On him there, go on with thing, you know?
I know. But you know what? You don't come make me see from here today, so. This one I know, I can see how you are. Hold on a second. All right, I'm gonna put up this thing now. Oh, by the way, we deal with the pink thing because it's what, breast cancer awareness. So we are support the thing. So although the pink might not be screaming at you, but Kevin I wear pink, I wear pink. So but if you look at it, it doesn't, it doesn't pop, it doesn't hit you. But it's not us, it's the camera, because we are wearing pink. All right. Big up to all of the cancer survivors, big up to all of those who are going through treatment. And we are encouraging all of you young ladies out there, well, all of you ladies, to go and get tested. And I know
men too.
Men too. You're right. But I know some of you going to say to me, well, we'll get tested because we don't have no machine. I know some of you going to say that. Oh, boy. But anyway, if you can get tested, please do so. It's your health. It's your life. We need you around here. All right. There it is. Welcome to the university. And what are we doing around here? We're shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. Big up yourself, producer Joan. That's my quote. Turn a blind eye to corruption and you lose sight in the other. You be completely blind to it. And that's what we're seeing in Jamaica. That's what we're seeing. Yeah, OT said no mammogram machine. It's and forgive me, I grinned, whatever. Shouldn't, because it's a serious matter. It's a very, very serious matter. Here's the syllabus for today. We're going to be looking at Minister Tufton. And it says, Minister Tufton, the Integrity Commission on Market Me, unaccountability revealed. And we're going to show the unaccountability and just the sheer arrogance of some of these people. We have Dr. Michelle Codner and her team. They're coming to talk about suicide in Jamaica, how to understand it, how to prevent it. And because of this, the possibility of a catastrophic hit on Jamaica, we don't know what it's going to do to the psyche of our people. And already, so Sandra said, coronation mark on my glasses. Sandra, stop. It's a serious program. We're going to constitutional reform and the connection to tropical storm Melissa. We talked about that a little bit a while ago. And then, folks, also we're going to talk about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Is it a Jamaican government satellite or a true diaspora organization? We'll present the evidence. You make up your mind. And then the last thing we have here is Jamaican Patois set for Grammy recognition. Our first guest will discuss that with us. Let me see what else here. Here's the faculty as usual, provost, and you're looking at the adjunct professor over there, Kevin, where you there? Stu. So there it is, folks. And for the lecturers today, we have ISAT Buchanan. But by the way, some of these, they're tentative because of the weather in Jamaica. But ISAT Buchanan, noted attorney and newly minted MP, Professor ROSALEA Hamilton, author SHARON Gordon, that's the young lady who come to talk to us about her book that's being considered for a Grammy. We have investigative reporter ZAHRA Burton. She'll join us in the last hour of the program. Just mentioned Dr. Michelle CODNER and her team, social workers, her sister YVONNE CODNER, and a colleague of theirs, RAYON Case. Kevin, engagement norms. Talk to the people, and please.
Well, officially, greetings and salutations, one and all. Welcome. As always, we encourage you to be active listeners. That means you don't just hear something and let that be the one thing that you hold on to. You don't just listen to hear something to respond to type a comment. You're actively listening. That means you're paying attention to what is being said and you're responding accordingly. In doing so, you end up remain, or the thought or the hope is that you remain open-minded. Those of you who are familiar with me and my website and the Night Shift with DJ Kevin Stew, you know the motto is to have acceptance through enlightenment. Not to say that you're just going to accept everything just willy-nilly. So, no. You accept it with understanding of where the person on the opposite side or the entity on the opposite side of the argument is coming from. You're accepting their position. You're accepting what it is that they're bringing based on an understanding. You're not necessarily agreeing with said thing, but you're understanding and accepting where they're coming from, which then leads to a place where we can grow together. So we're using this time to explore those things and to learn those things. And we're using it as effectively as we can. We encourage you to be present. If you're going to comment, make sure that you're very focused on what is happening so you can comment effectively on it and not just stray away and then come back and say, oh, I remember I didn't want to say this about Rattigan glasses when can only wear at one point in time in the broadcast, but not all the way through. And no. It's all a part of being present and being an active listener. You totally miss something, and with doing that, you're going to cause somebody else to miss something too. Which leads me to the next point. Comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. This and celebrating others' contributions go hand in hand. The people that come on and just let their fingers go to work because they can. The keyboard warriors that raise a point of opposition but will not provide anything to stand on or support their argument. They're just doing it just for argument's sake. You're not contributing positively to the broadcast. You're not contributing positively to anybody that is tuning in, reading the comments, looking to get understanding from another perspective or anything like that. No, you're just taking up space. And we don't want that. We want for everybody to be well engaged and everybody to help each other to grow. That's why we're here. And most of all, I gave you a lot, but in the midst of it, enjoy the experience. We enjoy being here as much as we find it very important to address these issues. In the midst of it all, you'll hear us laughing and giving jokes and things because we enjoy the space. We enjoy the communication, the camaraderie, the exploration of evidence and information. So go ahead and enjoy it. That way, now you're sure that you will take something away with it from this broadcast, and we will help to grow personally and grow collectively, helping Jamaica to continue to shine like the gem it is in the Caribbean, to grow and remove the tint of taint that exists, and just to be crystal clear in what we do. Those are the reasons why we're here. Those are the reasons we stay engaged with each other. And that is what we encourage others to bring. Provost.
Yes, indeed, Professor. Yes, indeed. I see our guest is here. Ease yourself, Sharon. So bring you on. Hey, listen, let me just put out the Reggae Global Radio
Disclaimer.
Yeah, the opinions that you hear today, they belong to the individual presenters only and are neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. All right. No, relax with the rebel. I will be on tonight at 10 with a nice selection of slow jams. So, yes, indeed. So listen, get your loved one, whoever the person is, well, get prepare for tonight because you're going to have a fantastic time with me. All right.
Which month are we now? We're going into November, October, November, 9 months later. We're looking at
Kevin, stop.
Yeah. Yeah, look out for the Willishas and the Williminas come.
Listen, my listeners, them past their age there. Them past the age. Them are grandparents now, are looking to be grandparents. Them are empty nesters. All right. So we'll be back. We'll be on tonight at 10. And don't forget, right after this program, you'll have Kevin Stew. See him right this up. He will go from 8 to 10. And then I will return at 10 and take you up to midnight. And after midnight, you'll have Dr. Love. So it's a fun-filled afternoon, evening, night, early morning. All right. Easy like Sunday with the Rebel. We haven't had a program in a while on a Sunday. But this year is I believe it's the 40th anniversary of the Sling Tem Rhythm. And the man behind the music, King Jammys, is set to appear on this program again. He's been on twice already, but he contacted me on Wednesday and we chatted about the things he's doing right now, and he's extremely busy. We were just having a nice little chat. He's on worldwide travel, interviews, a book, the opening of his museum, sound clashes. In terms of him just had a clash in Canada with Jack Scorpio. And describe it was funny as hell, Kevin, but we'll talk about it after here. Yeah. Now King Jammys will be in the US shortly, and we'll make the link for his appearance on the program. And it's gonna be a very enlightening, it's gonna be a very fun-filled program because he's gonna talk about the history of this music, this one song, and how it revolutionized the whole reggae genre, turned it into something else. So come reason with Rattigan. We had it this past Wednesday. It was a very nice program. Great topics, enthusiastic supporters, and fantastic guests. OT, can't say enough about you. Big up yourself, producer OT. Big up yourself. Folks, don't forget, join us next Wednesday from 7 to 9. I promised OT, Joan, Kevin, I promised all of them. I promised the listeners too that I would finish at 9. But Kevin, truth be told, we had a delay. So we started
18-minute snafu.
No, man, I think it was more like it was close to like 25 minutes. I think it was more close to 25 minutes. So no, let me just say thanks to all of you for your support. Financial, moral, and otherwise. We truly appreciate what you're doing because this is for the collective. And we do Kevin mentioned, we do take constructive criticism seriously. It's a chance for us to learn, chance for us to reflect, and we are not perfect. I mean, when I hear people say that sometimes, we kind of say it's an oxymoron because humans aren't imperfect beginning. But sometimes it's worth saying because people expect a lot from you. And sometimes when you go left when you should go right, it's a disappointment. So, and that it's happened and it will happen again. So, what I'm asking you to do is keep us in check. All right. We're looking forward to it. Prayers, 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 prayers up for the people of Jamaica and our island facing devastation, human, topographical, financial, moral, mental, the whole thing. If this thing, we never want to talk about it like that. We just want to say prayers up and hope everyone will be safe and sound and the Almighty will just guide this thing away from our beloved island, our jewel, our homeland. We can't take a hit. Can't take a hit right now. So prayers up to everybody. Please be safe. Follow the instructions given to you by your leaders. Although Kevin, I don't know if you have the one where them talk about how many shelters they have. Do you have that one? But when you average it out, is over 50 something shelters per parish, and I found that to be amazing because the one thing that they didn't say was whether or not these shelters were hurricane proof. They didn't mention that. So we were wondering if they were talking about bush shelter or shelter from the sun or whatever, because as far as I know, Jamaica doesn't have a certified hurricane shelter. It doesn't. And this was going back to Beryl. Maybe they built one since, but I don't have a recollection of that. So if any of you
Wait, you just said not one?
yeah, I don't think they have one.
So how you can have 800 if there's not one? Oh, not one certified.
Right. Certified for hurricane. Right. I don't recall. I know that when Beryl hit, they didn't have one. I don't know if they've built one or some since. But
800 of them.
no. Carl said the schools are the shelters. And Tamu Miller said, which leader, Mr. Rattigan? Well, at the end of the day, Tamu, it's they're the ones at the podium right now. So you may say that they're poor leaders, but they wear the designation as leaders. So forgive me if it came across like these are authentic leaders, because you and I know how I feel about these people. So that's where we are. Hey, prayers up for Papa Trevor. Margine, big up yourself. Bonnie Jump, stay some my Breda, Jonah Marie, small boss, big boss, the real boss. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh, my brethren. We keep you in my prayers like all of the other people. But I say it especially for Laka, because we know him go through some challenging period. I go through a challenging period right now. So, and of course, Roland out of the UK, big up yourself. Big up the production crew. You know who I'm talking. We don't call names around here when they talk about production crew. And of course, producer Joan. Producer Joan, big up yourself, without whom this wouldn't have been possible. Kevin, we have a young lady here. She's I just wanna get a little background on this lady here. Now, this is a lady I met from 19 long time. Right? She went to school. I think she went to Tilden. She went to Tilden High School in Brooklyn. She went to school with my sisters, and that's how I met her. 19 long time, and we've been closer than friends. We're like sister brother relationship we have, and I'm so proud of her because Most of you, when you see her right now, you're gonna say, "Oh yeah, me know her," because she was a staple in the entertainment and the information sector. She was on radio. I think she was on TV at one point. All of the reggae shows, them, she was the MC. If you look at a lot of the functions, the reunions, the this, the that, whatever, she was there, and I'm so proud of her. And you know, but my whole something against her still, you know. I call her just before, well, during COVID. I'm gonna say, "Hey, I write a book, you know," and she has very good writing skills. I'm gonna say, "Jazz, why you write the book for me?" And she said, "Well, no, I can't write the book." And I said, "But COVID, nobody know how to do nothing." Well, guess what? What she didn't tell me was that she was writing her book. She never tell me that. She keep that. She kept that from me, Kevin.
Don't let your writer know what you're living doing.
So she had that from me, and when the book come up, I say, yeah, and I've been following it, and I see that she's been doing a whole bunch of, she's been traveling, promoting the book. And again, my glad bag bus fair, because when I heard that the Grammy people, that they were considering a nomination, you know what? I'm not even going further. She will come and treat it. But before we do that, let me just go through one more quick thing. Here it is, people. You know what? This can't wait until after Sharon, because this has nothing to do with her. Sharon, I go talk up the things right now. So here what, folks. When we move this, and Kevin, I don't know if you've met this young lady. She does a very good, I was gonna say impersonation, but it's more like an impression. I'm sure there's a better word, of Miss Louise Bennett. She's carrying a tradition of that cultural aspects of who we are. I've seen her on stage. Outstanding performer. She's a writer. She's an actress. She's a producer. In fact, I think I don't know if she was able to complete it, but she was planning on doing a documentary in Jamaica. She's a whole lot of things. And then look, I could just go on and on and on and on and talk about this lady. But you know what? Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Miss Sharon Gordon. Big up this.
Hello, greetings. How you doing, Ratty? Oh, oops, excuse me. How you doing, Will?
No.
We was right around here, no? Over the time, Julio.
Kevin, she call me Will and she call me Ratty. But there's a name where she knows that I this. So call me the name. Call me. Call me the people in here.
No, we will not do that on the
No, you know the name. You know the name, everybody.
How are you, Kevin? How are you, Kevin?
We're going to know, can't complain at all.
I don't know if you know that gentleman beside you. I just know him as Will and Ratty. I don't know if I said the other name. Okay?
You have another name. Start with J.
I don't know what name you're talking about.
Yeah, all right.
Junior. All right. Yes. I wasn't going to say it to that, Kev. But
we're not unfamiliar with it.
Everybody, it's so funny. If you know people call you by a certain name, you know when they know you. If you call in Ratty Junior, you know him long time. Right. Because most people call him Ratty, but they don't know that there's Junior. No, Junior is for people like we who, we is from, Zen.
19
yeah, back there.
And the Bible was on scrolls. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So Junior, it's out the bag. Yeah, Junior. The J name is Junior, and Junior is my brother. I'm so glad to be here. Kevin, it's good to meet you, and to all your audience, greetings. Thanks for having me, my brother. Thanks for having me. And I'm so proud of you. I know I didn't finish doing the documentary. We wouldn't finish without you. And still working on that. You know how that is. And right. You are right. When you had called me during COVID, I was writing. I was in the throes of writing Sherry Baby, because I wrote Sherry Baby during COVID. That's when I was getting the download. I took an exact year to write the book, from March 2020 to March 2021. So when you called me, when you called me, I was in the throes of it. I was deep in it. And I knew that it was a download that I was getting. And that's why I think everything that is happening Not I think, I'll take that back. I know that everything that is happening, and it's because of that. I know that this is a blessing that I got, and Miss Lou was very much there. Uh, the energy that came during that time had a lot of Miss Lou in the space. I felt her. There's a glossary in the book, right? And the reason there's a glossary in the book is because Miss Lou tell me you have to put a glossary in the book. If you write in the book in patois, then you have to put a glossary in the book. And so we went
Right,
about
right.
and we put a glossary in the book because that's what, for those who don't know, Miss Lou was my mentor. And this book is Sherry Baby. We should say the name of the book, Sherry Baby, SHERIBABY, is in honor of Miss Lou and all that she poured into me and those like me at a time like that. The book starts in 1969 and takes you through 1975. So you're diving into a specific space and time in Jamaica. It's Sherry Baby, the little girl's big voice, a little girl's big voice in post independent Jamaica. So we're looking 1969 to 1975 through the eyes of this little girl telling this big story. So you might see the cover and think it's a children's book, but don't judge a book by the cover, right? We shouldn't. It's not at all.
Not sure, baby. Listen, before we go any further, who is Sharon Gordon? Because for those who don't know who Sharon Gordon is, who is Sharon Gordon?
Sharon Gordon is this multi hyphenate, very brilliant child of the Most High that has been blessed with so many talents. And she's a sweetheart of a person. She's kind, she's generous, she's knowledgeable. She is a community advocate. She is a cultural advocate, an ambassador for Jamaica and all things Jamaica. I'm a friend, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I am a channeler of Miss Lou. That's the word you were looking for. I channel Miss Lou on stage whenever I can, sharing whether it's the stories, the folk songs, the work songs, the games, the history. That is who Sharon Gordon is. And yeah, I hear that I do a little acting and promoting and hosting and stuff like that and writing and all that and audiobook narrating on the side. But I'm just so blessed and honored to be alive in this time and to be able to be Sharon, to be me, this butterfly of a person that I am. Just to be able to just fly around and share my colors and show, that, life is what you make it, Ratty, you know that. Life
But
is what you make it.
before this Sharon came about, there was another Sharon, and
Yeah.
so we'd like to know from whence did Sharon? Where did Sharon come from? Where
Oh,
was she born? Was she grown? What's her background before this Sharon?
wow, so many Sharons too, in between that.
Right.
I was born in Kingston in a place called Kingston Gardens. I grew up in Rollington Town. I grew up in many places. I grew up in Rollington Town, had family in Almond Town and lived in Almond Town for a short period of time, then Rollington Town. And then because I was a barrel child and my mother was overseas, I boarded out. I was a boarder. So I lived in different, and it's just, and that really, every time I look at it, I'm like, the universe is setting you up for exactly what you need in life. Because I was a boarder. I lived in different communities. As a child, I lived in Duhaney Park because I was boarding out in Duhaney Park. I lived in Vineyard Town with my cousins because then, you know, them some are bad junior because, me they are sight Rastafari. So, them vibe. Whoop, the movement, bop to my cousin in Vineyard Town, right? So then I'm in Vineyard Town. I'm in Franklin Town. I'm in here because I'm between my cousins and my aunties, and then when my mother would come back, I'm in Rollington Town again. And so then I moved into Orange Grove and went up to where my father was like, this Rasta thing is really becoming a big thing. This child is, because at this time I'm at Alpha, I went to St. Joseph's and I used to dance for St. Joseph's. And, I say Miss Lou is my mentor because it is so, we were the first set of children that were on Ring Day with Miss Lou. So we were her babies, because we used to dance for our school during festival time, and I was a dancer for J-Teens, and so we were her little buddies. And whenever she would have events, her and Master Ran and whomever, we were the ones who would perform. And so when Ring Ding came about, we were the regulars. And we we just always were around and performing and being, and all of this was pouring into me what I would become, what my life has become. And I've always been this beacon of light as it relates to our culture. And as you know, I've also been a, God, I'm jumping around. I've also been a professor. You know, my in another life, I was an adjunct professor at Baruch. You know, teaching, lecturing in Black institution and culture, because that's my passion. You know, we are my passion, my people, who we are, and so everything I do is about that. Then I became a journalist. I wrote, you know, proper journalist for the Gleaner. I had a column for many years, and was part of the founding of Caribbean Life newspaper with Simone Gill and so many others. And, you know, used to be involved in reggae in a big way. A lot of these artists who are now big names, I was involved in their early career, Julia, as you know, in so many ways, from, you know, just in so many ways. I've worn so many hats in that arena. It's we could stay here for a while, but, you know, really carved out a space in that space for myself. And, you know, I as a chameleon and moving through, you take on different lives. And so that was one life. And then I became the founder of an organization called the Coalition to Preserve Reggae Music, that was, you know, looking at what is happening to our music 20 years ago and kind of saying, you know, we need to rein in and harness this thing and kind of, you know, all of that. And we were pioneers in starting what you all are doing right now, an online media platform called CPR Live, and was recognized for that. I've always been a pioneer in seeing around the corners and making moves. And so I think that's just a little synopsis, Julia, of some of my life. It's so much, and I get a little uncomfortable talking about me, but I'm learning to, because as I'm celebrating my birthday this weekend, as you know, I am moving into the space where I have to really embrace this person that is so, you know, say the word, Sharon, so gifted and talented, and has been blessed the way I've been blessed, and really just hug it up and love upon it and know that this is my blessing in my life, and that I am this mad woman that does all these different things and do them well. And I don't have any control over that. It's just a blessing that I get, and it is just who I am and have been. And I hope I answered all the questions somewhere in there. And Kevin, like, who is this woman?
You skip out. You skip out.
Oh, I
You skip
just did
out.
radio. I didn't do radio. Okay, yeah. I did radio for a long time. I was out with Gil Bailey for many years. I've done radio for forever. I've done radio forever. What else did I leave out? Oh, was like, tell me what I leave out, Junior, because you know I don't. It's
No,
so,
you leave all the part from till then to
oh,
college.
what did I do from Tilden to college? What did I do, Junior? Remind me. What did I do from Tilden to college? Okay, I used to work at Burger King. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember you said Burger King.
Listen, let me state something here right now on this broadcast. When the drive-through, which you all take for granted today, was first introduced, the Burger King that I worked at was one of the first locations, and I was the first person trained in the drive-through and how it functioned and the operations. And I was trained, and I had to train others, and I would go to other drive-throughs to train them and how to operate the drive-through. Yes, Sharon Gordon did that. Thanks for that, Junior. Totally forgot about that. What else did I do after that, Junior? Remind
No, I remember I used to see a lot on. Used to see
on
a lot
TV.
on TV.
Yes, I
And
used to
then
do a lot of TV.
used to listen
Used
to
to
your
do a lot of
program on
TV. Yes.
Yeah, me and Patrick and
Yes,
Poppy. And you know, used to-
yes. See, Kevin, this is thank you. And Kevin, honestly, this is how it is for me. People tell me the things that I've done, and I go, oh yeah, right, yeah, you know, because for me, it's the present, it's the moment, it's now. All those were my nows. Those were my nows when I was doing them, and I was in them, and all of me being in them, in that space,
Yes.
doing all the things. And this is my now as author, narrator, Grammy considered narrator of Sherry Baby. This is the now that I'm in. The now where I'm watching, you know, Ratty having big program and in university, and I am able to come in and chat with his people and sharing his audience with me, because those are, you know, that's relationships, and that's what life is about. And I'm honored. I'm honored to be able to share because people really don't know, Ratty, you're right, a lot about me. It's not something I really spend time doing at all. I just move on and keep moving. And so thank you for giving me a chance to blush on myself and talk about myself and love upon myself for a little bit. So thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Let me ask you a question before Kevin jump in. What was, maybe Kevin will ask you this question anyway, but COVID, everyone indoors,
Yeah.
movement is restricted.
Yeah.
People got stagnant still. Um, people got confused. What was your inspiration to cut through all of this negative energy to get to the point where you say, hey, you know what? I can write a book, and I'm going to write a book, and I'm going to invest Miss Lou in this book along with me. What was the mindset at that time? Because there were so many things going on where you could have easily said, you know what? I'm going to spend my time preserving my health. Don't want to catch COVID. But instead, you did something marvelous. Beyond, you weren't cautionary. You did something. You went out and you extended yourself and did something marvelous. What was the inspiration behind that? What caused you to do that?
Great question. And thanks. It's a story. I'm going to tell you a story. Because I am an award-winning storyteller. We didn't tell that part either. I am actually, you are looking at, Kevin, the winner of the 2025 What's Your Story Jamaican Storytelling Contest. That's me, Sherry Gordon. Won that in February at Half Moon. Anyway, because I'm a storyteller, right? So, hey, here's a story for you. 6 years ago, I did, and I didn't tell you this either, I'm also an audiobook narrator. I did an audiobook narration for Patsy, which was written by Nicole Dennis Ben, who's Jamaican. And this was her second book. And they asked me to do the narration for the book. I did 17 characters. It was fantastic. She is a teacher, a professor, and writer, as I'm saying, and this was her second book. And so she had workshops that she would do, and she would always ask me to do her workshops. She's like, Sharon, you're a journalist, you're a writer, you do all this stuff, but you never write. You never do any creative writing, and I know you're a poet because I hear your stuff when you're on stage and you're doing stuff and you're performing, but you never write. You should write. You should do my workshop. And she kept bugging me, and then finally I signed up for the workshop, which was going to begin January of 2020. So I signed up in 2019. So it was already set up for January of 2020. January 2020 comes, and we're doing this workshop, and we're meeting once a week on a Saturday, and all is going well in our lives. And as I'm writing and we're being prompted, and this is a new feeling for me because you get prompts and you're writing. I keep writing the story that I thought I was going to write. And they keep saying to me, who is this little girl that you keep having in the story? And I said, oh, that's Sherry Baby. And then there came one day they said to me, Sharon, I wrote this fantastic scene. And they said, Sharon, we're going to challenge you to rewrite the scene in the voice of the little girl. Now, never to challenge me, Junior, because I love me a good challenge. So I said, hey, I'm going to do it. Took them up on the challenge. I did it. The rest is history. The rest is all during COVID. I was possessed. I was absolutely receiving. I was open. I was in the throes of it. My book is a birth. I know I was doing something special. And Junior, I'm sorry, Ratty, that's why
We used to it.
you
We
see
used
that, because I feel like it's just me, you, and Kevin chatting, right? That's why I took the chances that I did, because it's as if I was like, well, if I'm a jump, let me just jump all the way in. And because I am a student of literature, I never saw our stories being told as high literature, and we have stories to tell, right? We have complex tales of our lives and our experiences, and why can't they be told in the language of the people? Because the most colorful language on earth is that of the Jamaican dialect. I just said that, and it is true. Okay, everybody wants to talk Jamaican, so unapologetically, not dissing anything, just praising a thing and recognizing it for what it is. So it was in that braggadocio, and that also confidence in that, and having had the pouring in that I've had in my life, I knew I was taking a chance and I was going to go with it because I knew that I was being guided, and I opened myself up to be guided. This was a blessing. This was a download from Almighty God and my ancestors. This is what Sherry Baby was. And I stayed with it. I stuck to it and I stayed to it. But then when it was done and I realized what I did in March of 2021 as we were coming out, I was like, I can't release this. No, I can't. And I sat on it. My friend said I turned it into a chair. I sat on it. I really did. I was like, oh my God, nobody's gonna, because, you know, I had my friends who said, oh, Sharon, you shouldn't write in patois. You should write in Jamaican dialect. You're a better writer than that. Whatever that means, but that's what you're saying. And you should write in English and then touch it up with a, and I'm like, no, this is the story I'm writing. This is what I'm writing. This is what was given to me. This is what came to me. And all my characters are fully developed because this was, it was a download. You know what I mean? This is, I was at one with me in a time when I was able to be that and do that and not be distracted by the world. And I stayed in my little, I stayed in my place. I stayed there. You know, I stayed there because when you called me, I told you I wasn't taking calls, but it's because it was what I told you that. You remember that? As a ranty, I'm not talking to people. I really did. I shut off. Only certain people could have spoken to me during COVID. And this is what came out of it. This book in patois with bad one in it, with ISAT or something in it about Jamaican culture, because it's a truism. This is life. And that's what I captured in this book that is resonating with people on all levels, Jamaicans and non-Jamaicans. They get the themes and the story. And because it's being told by a little girl in the way that I set it up for her to tell it, that's why it works, because it's the language. It's the language in which the story is being told. And that is the sauce that makes Sherry Baby works right there. The thing that everybody told me not to do is the thing I did. And it's the thing that's making Sherry Baby work. The raw Jamaican authentic patois that I took the chance and said, I'm making a bet on me and my people and my culture and my language. Boom. I hope I answered your question, Mr. Rattigan.
You answered it. And some, you muted, Rebel.
I was saying, Miss Gordon, yes, you did. Indeed.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kevin.
Yes.
Now, as I sit here listening to you, Sharon,
Yes.
I realize that we have a few things in common.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Outside of us both keeping our hair natural.
Pray tell. Come on now. Pray tell.
So,
Natural, we go boom, boom.
Your Earth date is coming up.
The 27th, Monday the 27th. We're
Okay.
looking at what 63 looks like.
Hey!
Yeah.
I think you're inverting numbers.
Tell him
A little bit of dyslexia, you're inverting numbers? What's going on here?
No. So Junior will tell you that the reason, and my friends always said, Sharon, stop telling your age, no man, because then the people know how old they be. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm the baby in my crew. Always have been, right, Junior? I've always been the baby in the crew. Okay, that's why I'm because I always hung out with the older, smarter people. Ratty, I'm your brethren, so you know me for smart. Right?
Something else we have in common.
You know him brilliant, film brain box big. So I wouldn't know that from long time, Tina. Just so you know, we didn't know that from long time. Only just to find out what we know a long time. But anyway,
right.
Back. So you're saying we're both Scorpions. Go ahead, let me hear now.
Oh, you can't answer that, right? Because
your camera over. We can see some.
Oh, whoa. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
All right.
Oh.
No.
Just tell the producer I said thank you.
Good.
Oh,
Tell you what.
No.
We got it.
No,
what about here? Is that good? I'm sorry, producer.
Listen.
Yeah.
Had Rebel not said anything, a lot of people would have missed it.
They would have missed it, wouldn't they? They would have never seen it.
Your green screen, yeah.
My green screen.
You're good.
Yes.
I love it. Ta-da!
Things. Look at that.
So, natural and just like that. We just go with it. Natural.
We're both
Birthday.
Scorpios. Yes, I'm the 5th of November.
Scorpion in the
we're both using
building.
green screens.
Huh?
We
What you say?
both have cloth green screens.
We both have cloth green screens. It's the only way to go.
We both hung out with older than ourselves as our friends.
Hey, we claim them, Kev. We claim them.
Yeah, we claim them. We claim them. We are both audiobook narrators. Yes, we're both
Wonderful.
audiobook narrators.
Wonderful.
We both do multimedia broadcasts.
Ah.
You were involved in Irama.
Oh, I was
And
a presenter there.
yes,
Yeah.
and I walked on stage with Joanna Marie this past Irama,
Joanna Marie, how are you? Yes,
and
yes,
she's
yes.
listening. She's
Hey,
listening.
Joanna Marie, big tune, big things. Go on, Joanna Marie. Yeah, man.
Yes, and might I do a shameless plug? Please remember the album Covered in Soul
Covered
that
in
is out now.
right now. Yes.
Yes,
Get it.
Joanna
Yes.
Marie. Yes, go get it.
Mhm.
Shameless plug.
No, you
So-
do what you got to do. It's a poor frog that doesn't praise its own pond. You better praise your pond.
Yes. So as I'm listening to you, I'm like, I am her.
I love it.
I'm
I am
my-
he and he is me. There we are.
Yes.
Together we be. One big happy family, right?
Look at me in this woman exuding greatness and this all this energy. I'm like, wow. And so I'm puzzled because you're involved in so many things.
Uh-huh.
Did you set out to get involved in those things? And if not, how did you get involved in those things?
My entire life has been this life, Kevin. From the day I was born until now, it's been this life. And if you speak to the juniors of the world, and then you go to the ones who know me before the juniors, like from the St. Joseph's of the world, and the ones who know me from the baby schools of the world, and then the ones who know me from when I was birthed of the world, they'll tell you that I've been this person. I'm just a grown-up version of myself. I'm a free-spirited individual who has always followed my dreams. You know, what my spirit tells me to do, I'm doing, right? Because I tried to do it the other way and it didn't work. You know, whenever I try to go against what my spirit tells me. So I learned that at a very early age, you know, that I am armed. Okay, I got my own private, I got my Ways and Means Committee working with me. I got my security working with me. I got my clearance people working, research and development. They're all in the universe right here with me, working with me. All right. So they're guiding me through this. And I learned that at a very early age. And so I've always been my talent has been my gift. And also it has been it has also been that thing that causes people to feel that my light is too bright. And so when I wasn't as enlightened about my self-awareness as I am now, when I was wanting to people please and I downplayed my brilliance so that people could feel good about their dumbness, you know.
Right.
So I did that a lot. And I was not being true to myself, and I like being true to myself. And so I can't be a hypocrite, and I don't know how to be. And I try, and it just don't work. And so I got to be me. And so in being me, I've just become this person. I've always been a person doing. I've been performing since I was a kid. I used to keep penny concerts at school. At Baruch, I was Junior, you know, at Baruch is me run. The tradition is still going on. Caribbean Club and the Caribbean Week run-ins. MC, coordinator, this, that, get the talent. I've always just been that person. I can't help myself. Nobody told me to just do one thing. Nobody told me that. Nobody said, Sharon, you should only do one thing. I don't know why they didn't tell me. Nobody told me that. So I'm over here just.
Everybody in America know Jamaicans don't do one thing.
That's what I'm saying. 20 jobs at least, you know. So here I am. And it's just always been that way with me. It's always been that way. I've never been a person with any other energy but the energy I have. I've never been a person that has not been brilliant. I didn't become brilliant. And I'm claiming it. I was always brilliant. My uncle said something about me that is really Junior, he makes me feel so good. He said, from a barn, my big. And if you're a Jamaican, you understand what he means. He was trying to explain to people how that I've always been like that. And he said, Shaban, Shabig. So I've been sharing that with people because I think you get it in that statement. So stop pretending that I'm not this person that I am. You get what I'm saying? I've moved out of that space where I was all, trying to hold me back, tone me down a little bit so others' light can shine. Now I'm just out here shining my light. Like, get dark glasses, man. If it's too bright for you, get some shades or something, but get an awning. I don't know, but I'm just shining. I'm just doing it,
Now,
I'm in my purpose.
With all of this, he knew all this energy. Here came this time where we became restricted, and out of that came this book, Sherry Baby.
Yes. The best-selling book, Sherry Baby. Amazon bestseller within 3 months, Sherry Baby. Let's put that out there. Sherry Baby sits in the JFK Terminal 5, JetBlue Terminal, the big store right there.
Yeah.
She's right there next to Pope Leo's book. She's under the bestseller category right there, and she's sitting right next to Pope Leo's book. His book, then her book, then Sherry Baby. That's Sherry Baby. Keep going.
So we can't just say, "Oh, Sherry Baby." What we talk about? No.
I know pian things.
No.
I know somebody was just quickly. Somebody was asking in the chat, where can they find your book?
Oh, sure. Amazon.com for sure. Just go to Amazon.com, and the audiobook is there on Audible. The ebook is there on Kindle, and the paperback is there as well. And you can just order what you'd like. If you have a bookstore wherever you are, you can go in there and just ask them to get you a copy, because I'm also in that system where you can get it in any of those retail locations. So Barnes and Noble, wherever, just go in and just ask for it. They'll tell you that they don't have it in stock, but they'll order it for you. So if you want to do it that way, they can do that, or you can tell your bookstores you need to carry a few copies of that book. It's best, and they'll do that too. So all those little things help. And let me tell you about Sherry Baby again. On Amazon, they say that we've only been out since March of this year, March 10th. And so we're shy of 8 months right about now. And the amount of reviews that we have, the statisticians, the algorithms say that for the time that we've been released and the amount of reviews we have over 40, and they're from different countries and everything. That's why that's the whole part of the whole bestseller.
Reviews help. So
reviews help. So please, if you've read or listen, go drop a review, please. Add more. Build it up more. Please build it up more.
Sharon, you have to come back because we are running out of time. But
of course.
Kevin, hold on. Kevin, and I know you have an event that you have to attend.
Yes, I'm doing a gala. I'm going to a gala.
Yeah, but and just so you know, I have a bunch of people watching. We have Mikey Gillens.
Hey, Mikey, another one.
We have Patrick, we have Bobby.
Bobby.
Tigo. You remember Jana? Jana, his brother is watching. Tigo. And Jonah Marie is also watching.
Hi, Jonah Marie. How you doing? I'm coming your way soon. I'll be there for Jerk Festival. And if anybody is down in Florida, we'll be at Jerk Festival. I'll be doing Sherry Baby book signings and everything there.
And then there's a very dear friend of ours in the chat. She said she loves your spirit, your personality, and she was at a show, VP Records 3 weeks ago, and you were the hostess with the mostess.
Wow! Who is that? Who's saying that? Who's saying that? Who's saying that? I love her. Whoever is saying that, yes, girl. You tell them you need a good hostess. You come get Miss G, because a whole lot of them out there acting like they know how to host. So boring. But we won't say any names, right, Junior?
I know.
We won't say any names. We bring the energy. I love you guys. Thank you for all your wonderful.
Before you go, we have to tell people. Say no, Kevin, I'll finish him question, but me
just. Sorry, Kev. Yeah. You just interrupt the man, Junior. Kevin.
Because I'll forget.
All right. Remember, he's the senior one, Kevin.
Yeah.
He said it himself. I hear that, Kevin.
I just want people to understand them talk about some of the DJs in New York and all that stuff. I just want people to know, say, you and I know, there's a lady by the name of Sandra Reynolds.
My dearest sister friend whose birthday just passed. All of them learned from her.
All
All
of
of
them
them
learn
learn
from
from
this
us.
lady to play music.
Every
Every
single one.
single one of them
Any
in New
name
York.
you call, we will tell you that them went to our school. Straight. Period.
Sandra
Done. Any
Redding. Big
name.
up yourself,
So just
Sandra.
any name you want to shout out, you can throw it in the chat room. Junior will just say that one, that one, that one,
Mm.
that one. My dear, dear sister friend. And that's why I'm proud to say my age, because I've lost, Junior, Mikey's listening. We have lost. You know, Bob said good friends we've had and good friends we have lost along the way. I have lost some good friends along the way. And I'm telling you, I'm celebrating every day. I live, I live with their energy and their spirit because them that pass through here too, you know what I mean? So yeah, man. But go ahead, Kev. We
You
just
know, before you tell me, come on. You know who else I watch? Nolly.
now they
No.
watch
Kevin, go ahead, son. Go ahead, Kevin.
it. That's my sister. So that's Sandria's bestie right there. That's not okay. Go ahead, Kev. Go ahead.
Mhm. All right. So the book, Sure Baby.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about, right? The book.
Yeah. Written in patois. Not
Yes,
many
sir.
books I know written in patois.
Ain't none. Ain't none. Not like this. Not like this. Not in
And
this. This is high literature. This is Shakespeare-esque. You understand? This is Maya Angelou-esque. This is Alice Walker-esque, right? This is Toni Morrison-esque. I'm a student of all of this. Is in the spirit of Zora Neale Hurston, who wrote in the spirit of the Gullah people and the people of the South. So yes, I'm in that spirit. And if you want to go European, you can say it's the spirit of Chekhov. So when Shakespeare was writing in them, they were writing in the language of their people of their time, and made you have to learn that. And
Right.
no, oh, here, ye, thou, thou. Okay, well, you're gonna come learn some patois from his baby. All right.
And
Anyway,
so
go
I
ahead,
have to
Kevin.
ask the question.
Go ahead, Kevin.
With there being so many variations of patois,
You think?
what was the challenge? Where did the challenge come in for you if you found one?
I didn't have a challenge, you see, because
Spelling.
it is my natural tongue. And because and patois is an oral language. But finish your question and then I
Yes.
know that part. You want me to talk about that? I'll talk about that.
For that very reason,
Mhm.
how did you manage to get the spellings
Right.
together
Right.
for these words?
Right. So when you're an expert in something, you're an expert, right? So if you know what you know, you know. I know this. You must understand that Miss Lou, please understand, Louise Bennett has been pouring into me since I was about yay high, 4 or 5 years old. So you can just imagine Mas Ran, being around Mas Ran, Miss Lou. I used to just play around in the ward theater, waiting for our time to go rehearse whatever, as these people are doing all that they're doing for pantomime, for whatever production. We are the sponges that are there. So as I have grown into this person that I've become, who came to America at the time that I did in 1979 and took this with me in my grip, right? I never lost it. It's not something that I don't know. It is what I know. It is natural to me. Now, what has happened is there's been variances. And did you know, and when you read Sherry Baby, you will see what I masterfully did. Did you know that different parts of Jamaica speak patois differently? Are you aware of that?
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So you have not read Sherry Baby because I just blew you up. I just blew up your spot and I know you'll go get it. Because here's why you're gonna love it now. I show you in the language in Sherry Baby what the Kingstonians sound like, what the person from country sound like, and depends on which country.
Depends on which country.
Hello, somebody. So you need to go read Sherry Baby and catch that. It's so nuanced. It is so detailed. And if you have the aptitude, if you have the aperture to see it, you'll see it. But you could also just read it lightly and get it just as a nice, lovely little story. And that's good too. But it's so layered, you see, because I know what I was doing. And this is a masterpiece. And that's why it's a modern day classic. It's not some little, something I just threw together. This was a mission. I understood my assignment. I did it. And when you do read it, and for those who have read it, there will be Sherry Baby 2, Sherry Baby 3, and probably even more, depending. But right now, it's a trilogy. But you must understand that Sherry Baby first has to earn her wings and fly and soar and be, right? And become the character that is the household name that is Sherry Baby, that is putting our language with respect out there and telling a very nuanced story that people can relate to. And I do it with aplomb, and I do it understanding the language that I am writing in. I am not a novice to this. This is what I know. And if you read the book and if you listen, you will catch all of that in it. It is not one language, my brother. We are people of different regions. We settled in different parts of Jamaica, different people settled. And so certain words, certain sounds, there's a cadence in Cherry Baby. The paragraphs are written with a certain length and a certain breadth. The chapters, some are short, some are long. She's 6.5 when you meet her. She's a child. She's not pondering long theses, 20 pages. She's not doing that. She's moving through her stories, which are within stories within the story. So you catch that. The chapters are not numbered because, again, she's a child telling the story. So they're named. They're the name of the Miss Rattigan would be a chapter. Kevin and him radio would be a chapter. You got what I'm saying to you? So she is doing that. So you are brought into the space, understanding that the space is going to feel authentic to you because of the way the language is deployed in the book. You catch what I'm saying to you? It's not used as, I own the language in this book. I'm not coming at this as if I am saying, well, this is something I might think is right. No, baby. I'm an expert at what I'm doing. All right. I may have written it in a year, but it took me years to get to this place. This is training.
Yes.
This is knowledge building, right? This is tenure. All right.
Two things before you go. One is somebody in the chat is saying, give us a piece of Miss Lou.
Oh, seriously. You didn't want to hear a piece of Cherry Baby? You want to hear a piece of Miss Lou?
No, but that's what they asked.
Am I being rude? I'm not being rude, right? I'm
not.
No. Playful. So I'm going to give you a piece of Miss Lou, since that's what you asked for. And you know why? Because whatever the people want is what I try to give them. And that's why I am the hostess with the mostess. And that's why people love me, because I give them what they want. All right. Whatever you want is what you get. And what you want is what you see is what you get. So how about I do something nice for you? You and your audience. You want that?
Yes, indeed.
So Miss Lou have a poem named Bun and Cheese. Who know about Bun and Cheese?
Mm-hmm. Well, I know
about Bun and Cheese, Kevin.
We know about Bun too. We know about Bun too.
Don't call out them people. Don't call out them people.
This again, right? So this could be taken as Bun and Cheese, or depending, it could be taken as boy, I get Bun and Cheese. All right.
It might get Bun and Bakery.
Who asked for the Miss Lou, Mr. Rattigan?
Hold on a second. Hold on. You see, Kevin, would you help me? Somebody.
Whoever it is, I just wanted to dedicate it to them. That's why I wanted to call them back.
Okay, yeah. Give me a second. Hold on a second. What was it? Hold on. Somebody said like energy, healthy laughter. Oh, it's Wayne Smith. Wayne Smith.
Mr. Smith, this is for you. And so others will get to enjoy it because of your request. Okay? This is called Bun and Cheese. Now, when I point to you, Will and Kevin and people listening, that means you're to say bun and cheese. So whenever I go like that, what are you supposed to say?
Bun and cheese.
Let's practice again. That was not good. When I go like that,
bun and cheese.
Come again. Like that.
Bun and cheese.
All right. In unison, so it sound good. Don't make the thing sound plaka. All right? Okay. This one is called Bun and Cheese. Them boy, the Miss Matty. And I said that our mouth are chew like jackass. Hold on. Pause.
Bun and cheese.
No, pause. You mess it up. You make me mess it up. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Rewind.
Take two.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I did. Hold on. It's on the abs feet, I was not prepared. So no, just hold on while I get it. Oh, so I don't want nobody over there going on like, so I'm going on. On the abs feet, I have to pull it up. I pulled up something else because I have so many things. That I do with her. I did a rewrite of Bun and Cheese, and that's not what y'all want to hear. Y'all want to hear the original Bun and Cheese. So I do that as well. I take some of her poems and I rework them. All right. So that was a reworking one that I was doing that I'm gonna do hers now. So ready. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Them boy the jeer Miss Matty and a macarona tease. Them a kill themselves with laugh and a call her.
Bun and cheese.
Them say from Good Friday morning, our job will not get no ease. Morning, noon, and night and bedtime. She was namming
Bun and cheese.
for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She got so
Bun and cheese.
She carry go to church and movie picture, if you please. She no count saltfish and ackee. Cut her yai pan rice and peas. Here are. Me put my pot on fire. When me got me.
Bun and
cheese.
Easter time going come and go. Days and moments fly like breeze. But as long as Matty live, them boy going call her.
Bun and cheese.
Boy, me no know I Jack Mandora, me no choose none. Me no know about the two. I wanna which one I wanna me I go choose. Cause me don't want to as my backup at all. Me love no continue talking. Do not do backup singing, talking, nothing. Please.
As you talk about singing though.
Tanko no. Hello.
As you talk about singing. Hold on.
Yeah.
As you talk about singing. Who write and voice the song?
Which one?
Sherry Baby.
The theme song. Oh, that's you.
Oh, you have to play it, Kevin.
You have to play
Have it ready.
Sorry. So the cover of my book, you've seen the beautiful cover of Sherry Baby, that iconic cover. Una did clap me? Hold on. Una clap me a while ago?
Yeah, man.
Hold on.
No,
I understand. Just impromptu. I forgot find things. Okay, I'm back. How you doing? All right. So now we're back to Sherry Baby now. The book. Thank you. Clap me. All right. The book. The cover of the book was done by Marlon Wright, who is an amazing illustrator. If you see the cover of my book, you'll see that. The back of the book is bordered with the bandana. That's what Miss Lou wears. That's what I wear. The traditional costume. It's bordered on the back. On the front of the book, Miss Lou is on there twice. You can go look for it. She's hidden in plain sight. And we have a lot of very iconic pieces presented on the cover. Marlon Wright loved Sherry Baby so much that he wrote, created, produced a theme song, an anthem for me and Sherry Baby, and had a young lady from his village. And oops, oh boy, can never remember her name properly because she has an unusual name and I don't like to say because I don't want to mess it up. She voiced the song. He wrote the song, created the music for the song, did everything. And her name is Anthony, and she's from out of St. Elizabeth, right? And they did this song for me. And the only caveat for this song is that it is only used to introduce me at my events because I've been on tour. This is when he did it. The book had just been released and I'd been touring. And so it was to be played on tour in my many interviews. And so it has become a part of my my vaudeville show now, my Sherry Baby show, where we play the theme and people clap and applaud for Sherry Baby and more Sherry Baby because the song is so wonderful. And it's just the love that I've been getting for Sherry Baby. This is another example of that. That's just love. It was
before we play the song. Is Sherry Baby like a contraction of Sharon Baby?
You know, I should say this because we've been speaking. So Sherry Baby is not my autobiography, and it's not my memoir, but it is based loosely on my life because we write from that which we know. And if anybody tells you anything otherwise, they're not telling you the truth. Sherry Baby is I'm gonna say Sherry Baby is an alter ego. How about that? That works? Is that acceptable?
For now.
All right, there you go. Alter ego.
Okay.
Why are you looking up in the sky and like you're having some ponderment of? Did you see like? Let me think on this one. Let me ponder a while.
Thinking on some things.
All right.
Oh,
well, we're gonna leave now, but we have to hear the song. You know, people. I heard the theme song and I love it. So
Thank
Kevin.
you. Thank you. Thank you. It's been love. Sure Baby is about love. This was work of love for my people, for me, and I want to see people writing stories like this. I want to see us in stories. I want to see us telling our stories. And you know, I have always been visionary in my pursuits, and here we are, continuing along the continuum on that journey. And I'm just happy to be here to laugh and chat with you and your audience. And you know, just go get Sherry Baby, get the audiobook, get any of the books, and send me an email or something. I'll go to iamsharongordon.com. Just iamsharongordon.com is my website. My email is iamsharongordon@gmail.com. And you can follow me online at iamsharongordon. Just send me a note.
Easy,
Would love to chat to you.
easy.
All right.
Kevin,
So you play the song now? I must stay and listen to you while you play the song.
Yeah,
And
man. I'm
blush,
gonna follow up with
and
it.
blush and everything. All right.
Yes.
Let me set up for that now. Okay. As we close out the moment.
She come from Rollington town, where the sun shine bright, but the truth still drawn. A little girl with the fire of a queen, name ring out clean, you know what me mean. Sherry Baby, hey, voice of a new Sherry Baby, hey, born to show the way you carry Miss Lou when you talk and stride, and Sharon Garden by your side. Sherry Baby, hey, light up the lane, Sherry Baby, hey, dance through pain from Kingston Yard to the world stage call. You rise up strong, stand 10 feet tall. She not afraid of big people, child. Tell them straight, me not hide that. Here for the wisdom in the mango tree. Talk of truth like prophecy. From church always curse to schoolyard beach. You know when love feel incomplete. But Miss Lou don't teach for rhyme it more. So she writing patois. Brave and cold, Sherry Baby, hey. Wisdom in your bones, Sherry Baby, hey. Make the story known. You carry Miss Lou when you laugh and fight. And Sharon G, make sure you shine bright, Sherry Baby, hey. March through shame, Sherry Baby, hey. Rise like flame. Girl from Rollington town with proud feel. Your little vibes, I want to tell Miss Lou paved the road with rhyme and grace. Now share a vibe, step in our place. And Sharon Garden tell the tale with pride. With the little girl who never hides. Say Miss Lou, say Sharon G for Sherry Baby. Speak it free, say little voice. Make them see, say Sherry Baby. History, Sherry Baby.
Yes, yes, yes,
History.
yes,
History.
yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
History.
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, my sis, Sharon. God. Look, sis, thanks for joining us. Thanks for
Oh,
spending
thank you.
the time and walking us through your journey from there to here and explain the book. And we wish you, by the way, we wish you all the best with this book because we heard that it's been considered for a Grammy nomination.
Do I have 1 minute really to just put that in context for the audience since they're listening? So thank you for that real quick. So it's the first time that a book written in Jamaican dialect is up for consideration for a Grammy, right? So they had the For Your Consideration campaign. It ended on October 15th. Voting is taking place now, and on November 7th, they're going to announce the nominees. So, you know, it had a long list, that's called the long list, and now they're going to move into the short list. That's when they whittle it down, and you remember you had like 73 albums for the reggae category. It's going to be down to like 6 now or 5, right? So they whittle them down. So we are claiming and praying and claiming that we have already made it into the November 7th nomination. Yeah, they're going to decide for us from November 6th. November 7th, when they announce, we'll be in the run-ins. And then February 1st, they're going to announce the winner. And we're claiming that as well, right? The winner, because this is the first time. This is historic. The world is listening. They want to hear Jamaican patois. And they're giving and paying respect to what Miss Lou should have always done, put respect on our language. And so here we are. So it's the first time. It's historic. And if you know anybody who vote in the Grammys, tell them to vote for Sherry Baby category 70. Junior, a lot of people didn't know that there was an audiobook side to the Grammys, you know. They all thought it was only the music. So again, I'm bringing awareness. It's what I do.
Yes.
We're making people aware that there's another side. There's an audiobook side. And we're over there, category 70. Go and go vote for it. Audiobook storytelling and recording. Tell anybody where you know. Make them know. This is historic. This is great. And I love you. I couldn't do it without, you know. And it's being on platforms like this and just making myself available that has caused this movement to just bubble up and continue to bubble globally. And so I'm just honored and thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, sis, let me just tell you this in parting. Grammy or not, you're our winner.
Ah, I love you. I love you. I love you. Oh, that's so sweet. Love it. Thank you.
Take care. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, man. And you know, so me have enough ancestors with me, Junior. You understand? Alfred and Cardell are there with me shows, you know. You understand? Sandra there, you know. Them don't know where I'm going. Stephanie,
Right,
them don't know.
right, so keep it right.
Them don't know where I'm going. Right, Nolly? Teach there with them don't know. Love, and daddy. Love it.
We talk, sis. All right.
These siblings, boy.
Yes, people. That was Sharon gone, effervescent. You know what they say? The vibe, you know? No daddy vibe. She's just lively, and that's who she is. That's how she's always been. Although she'll tell you about the progression, but she's saying that even though she has progressed, she's still the same person. It's just I wouldn't even say an improvement. It's just a different perspective on the same foundation. That's who she is. Very, very lively person, just energetic, fun to be around, and very, very knowledgeable. Very, very knowledgeable. So, folks, I hope you enjoyed that segment there. Sharon, big up yourself. Thanks for stopping by, and we hope to see you soon. And of course, the Grammy, yeah, man, you know, claim it. But
yes,
whether them give you or not, that's the thing there. No, folks, here's what we went over a bit, but we had to because we had talked to Sharon. So, Kevin, you can find the thing we have 6 minutes before we get our next guest. The Daryl Vaz piece on the bus, the school buses.
It's right here in
Bus,
the category 4 bus.
all right. Where is it? Before while you're looking for it, let me just put up this one here and just show people quickly. See this? When I'm say this is a joke, people. See, this is Mr. Desmond McKenzie, Minister of Local Government, says over 800 shelters inspected. 800 emergency teams deployed as tropical storm Melissa approaches. Kevin, if you do 800, I think it come out to like 57 or something like that. Don't remember. I don't know what I'm doing with my phone. But
we're gonna do the maths. We're gonna do the maths right now.
Yeah.
So people, we're doing live maths, right? I'm a calculator there. Calculadora on point. 800 shelters, 14 parishes. 57
right
shelters per parish.
Right. But the one thing that as I said to you before, one thing they didn't say, approved shelters, approved to withstand hurricane force.
Hurricane certified.
Yeah, hurricane certified. They didn't do that. Right. And there is such a thing, you know, as a shelter that's hurricane certified. These 800 shelters, I submit to you that few, if any, few of them are hurricane certified. So it provides shelter, but not so sure hurricane certified. Yeah, like a bus shelter and thing like that. So when I'm giving them numbers, they just walk away from it doing that. It's just nonsense. Kevin, you have the one with Mr. Vaz. I just want to show them people this. Them have to see this one here. No. Stay with us, people. Well, I wanna. We'll just have a few minutes before we're joined.
My control of your device is delayed right now.
Where is it? Just tell me where did I find it? Is
It's
it
in
over?
bus. It's in bus. It's at the.
Is it this? No, wait a minute. Oh, all the way down here. Whoa.
Yes.
Man,
Yes.
this is damn,
Ye-
Kevin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me not see it out there, so.
So if you want to look at it in the other format, you can just I'm not sure if it
Yeah,
minimized.
we're not trying to test it. This is like over 100 things. Yeah,
people,
over 100 entries regarding
you think this bus thing is a joke?
the buses. Yeah, whoa, me not find it.
Yeah. If you change the view and look at it, the drop down version where you can scroll within it.
Yeah, we
That-
can see. All right, hold on.
But those are the last articles that were added.
Hold on. That's Simex. That's this one here needs to go into Tufton. The mental health, the one when said things about ZAHRA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, me no see it also, Kevin.
You change the layout of the tab?
It's yeah, I'm looking at the ones that were put apparently recently put up.
Let me
See it.
refresh my connection to you.
Yeah.
See what you're looking at. Oh no. You're not looking in the put the mouse over the bus tab.
Here?
The bus group. Yeah, put the mouse on the bus group. All right. Now scroll down. Because you're not at the end of the tab, you know. There's more in there. So scroll down.
Okay, here it is. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Folks, you remember we were talking about the buses. You know, dollar bus, my dollar bus, same bus as the bus where, you know, when you divide the amount of money by the 110 and $80,000, although, you know, Minister Var says, well, part of that is for shipment and it's for this and it's for that.
Maintenance package, you know,
$80,000 per bus. That's what
Right.
it comes to. My bus are $1. All right. But remember, I said to you that the reason why the buses, you could get those buses, and you still can get them reasonably priced, like dirt cheap, from free up, was because the US government determined that these buses were environmentally hazardous and that they were a problem. They were posing serious health problems for the children. So they decided to get rid of them, and they came up with I think it was $5 billion grants to purchase new buses. When I say new buses, low emissions buses and also electric buses. And remember, we mentioned that, you know, we said that these buses are not environmentally friendly and that these buses are going to cause health issues for the children. I'm going to show you something now, and I'm not sure if a lot of you was in the media space and you saw this, because this thing just flew under the radar, and I don't hear anybody talking about it. Take a look at this. See this? This article says targets hit, but VAS admits hiccups in rural school bus rollout despite strong ridership numbers. Because now he's going to say, yeah, you know, more children are riding the buses and give you the impression that all is well. And this is dated October 11th.
Mm-hmm.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
No, take a look at this, people. 1 month into operation, and the government's rural school bus program has exceeded expectations in ridership. Transport Minister Darrell has reported. So he's bragging, saying that more children are riding the buses and it's a success. But there's a sad part to it. It says right there, at the same time, Minister Vaz, admitted that the first phase has not been without challenges, including reports of students falling ill on buses, minor accidents, and logistical adjustments to routes and schedules. That description doesn't sound like a success to me. Doesn't sound like a success. So he said on an average, they were estimating that 15,000 children would ride the buses, but they actually got 16,600 riding the buses. We don't even know if those numbers are correct because we can't trust these people when they tell us these things, right? But I want to show you something. See right here? It says, he noted that some at the bottom of the page, he noted that some of the challenges reported include instances of disorderly behavior on the buses. That was one of the issues we raised. Will the buses have monitors? Will people be on the buses to ensure that children are behaving themselves? And it says, as well as students falling ill during transit. No, this falling ill during transit, let's see what it says. Look at this, people. Look at that sentence. And this is a quote. This is a quote. It says, from the minister, I want to say it's not limited to the spats between the students. He's talking about the disorderly conduct on the buses. He says, we have had medical incidents on the buses where students have passed out. Students have started to have bleeding through their nose. Different things that have come up. And luckily, we have been able to coordinate with the driver and the JUTC and to get the police or the medical assistance that's required. And thankfully, we have not had any major incident that has resulted in any death or injury. You should have put ... yet. That's what they should have put. We haven't had it yet, indicating that it is going to happen. Those are the words coming out of the minister's mouth. It's a direct quote. Kevin, look at what it says. Students have started to have bleeding through their nose. Students have passed out. Different things have come up.
That no make no sense.
We tell him that, listen, the emissions from the buses, they were causing problems here. And that's why I'm just saying, get rid of these buses. Furthermore, and Flex said it's not the full complement of buses, and you're absolutely correct, because the minister openly proclaimed in a braggadocio fashion that all of the buses would be there by the end of July, all 110. So far, we only know about this. What I want to tell him, Kevin, is that what I want to tell him is that he should just, and I've filed my ATI to get the VIN numbers, because I have an investigator waiting for the VIN numbers to come in so that we can track and trace these buses from whence they came. Who had them, who sold them, what was the mileage, all of these things, the age, the stage. We need. So I'm asking him to, Mr. Vaz, if you're listening, because you said that way back when, you said that you were packaging the information and people would get it. And so far, I haven't gotten it, and I've been asking for it. So I just need you to give me that information so I can just go ahead and do whatever I need to do in terms of completing my investigation of this purchase or these purchases. But folks, pay attention. How many of you knew that this was taking place? I would hazard a guess that not many of you knew that. And this thing, you see, it's just a little blurb, and then you don't hear it on the evening news. You don't hear anything more about it. But our children have been placed in great danger. How you get people just bleeding upon out of nose and just a faint on buses? How Kevin?
So let me ask a question. And any medical personnel out there that are, or anybody who is familiar with this can answer. What are some of the symptoms of something like carbon monoxide poisoning?
It's a good point. Yeah.
And are those symptoms akin to what is being reported here? Now, normally I would go ahead and do such research, but we have how many devices here right now?
861.
861 devices. So at least one should be able to tell us.
Yep.
So are these, what is being described in this article, are they akin to that of those exposed to carbon monoxide poisoning? Now, the other thing is, we've had diesel buses in Jamaica forever, diesel vehicles. So our public have been riding diesel buses forever. No AC, old country bus was a thing. The JOS buses. I rode the bus a lot until I left Jamaica. And I can't say that I've had these things happen to me. What would be so different about these buses if what they're experiencing, these children are experiencing, is a direct result of these buses? What's so different about these buses? And also, one more thing, if it is directly related, why are we continuing to use them?
And we still have another, almost 50? We have another 50 to come. So, you know, this is just crazy because the report was out. It wasn't as if the report came out after the buses were purchased. The Environmental Protection Agency put out this report a long time before the buses were purchased. So if Mr. Vaz and his ministry had done their due diligence, they would have realized that these buses would not be suitable for the children of Jamaica. If these buses are not suitable for the children of America, they're certainly not suitable for the children of Jamaica. For many reasons. But we just want to give you an update on that. And stay tuned, because we've been asking about these things, and they're just, they're just dodging. They don't want to answer the questions because the questions are difficult. They're very difficult because it comes down to what it doesn't come down to is caring for the children, the health of the children. It doesn't come down to that. Obama said, "I should have lawsuit, but hey, Obama, yeah, it will take some change, but yeah. Larkland said somebody use a court system, yeah. But here's what we don't know. We don't say our guests for this hour. They're not here. So Kevin, here's what we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's touch Integrity Commission Act, the full act. No, you know what, Kevin? First, go to the one, the slide, the one with the 4 or 5 pages.
That's in IC.
The act. Yeah, the most recent one.
Yeah, that's in IC.
Okay. Yes, my people. Hey, want to listen to my Sharon alone have song, Hear my song, Want to listen? Big up yourself, Fireball. Jonah Marie, stay so. Man say we'll fight. We'll have fight for the people every day.
defend the people, them say spice for them. Even politicians spread lies for them. But we know the bug of them not wise like him.
Never.
Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him.
People want to say, oh, Sharon, confident that she talk the things. She's not afraid. She know her strengths. She know what she capable of doing. And some people might say, oh, she no. She talk about her. Oh, Michelle there. She talk about her thing herself. Because she not wait for nobody to confirm her stature. So me as a Kevin, she not wait for nobody to say, approve her. She said, no, I can approve. Same thing wrong and so.
How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't? How long them a gonna get our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle, but the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do not face them. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one we crazy. Fight for the people every day.
Same summer people will fight for the people every day. But you know, we're going to put a pause for the cause because we have Michelle here and we have a very, very significant, very important topic to talk about. And you, family members, brought this to my attention recently, and it was about the increase in the number of suicides in Jamaica. I mean, when we grew up, Kevin, that is something that was just far, far from our thought process.
Yeah.
Idea that you
Didn't have that.
Yeah, I never did. I think I've only seen two people, at least in my neighborhoods. Two. One set himself on fire, and one of them hung himself. And that was it. Two.
There were few and far between, and a lot of them involved crimes of passion, murder, suicide.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't like what we're hearing now. What I'm hearing coming out of Jamaica now, I'm wondering if it's the same Jamaica.
Well, we are going to find out now because guess what, folks? We're joined by our sister. I don't know her, and she don't need no introduction. I can't call her Dr. CODNER, but we can't do it on a first name basis, Michelle. And she's here with her colleague, Rayon, Mr. Rayon. I have to call him Mr. because, when I know him, I have to give him respect. Mr. Rayon. Yeah, when I want familiarity breeds contempt. So we don't want to do that around here. When you get to know, we can say, hey, Rayon. Without further ado, Michelle and Mr. Rayon Case. Welcome to both of you. How you doing?
I'm good.
Doing good.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine. Listen. Let me just start off by saying that, and you heard the conversation between us that suicide is like a foreign thing to us. At least when I was growing up in Jamaica, it wasn't something that people did, but recently it's been on the increase. Every minute you hear a policeman kill himself, this one kill himself, at that one. Numbers are going up. And so we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. What are the causes? What are the symptoms? How do we address this? Some people might not even consider it an epidemic, but for us, the numbers certainly suggest that because we're not used to the increasing numbers that we're observing. So let me start with you, Michelle. Oh, by the way, for those of you who don't know Michelle, just take a quick minute and just tell them who you are, please. And Rayon, you can prepare yourself so that you're not surprised, But Michelle, go ahead.
And before you throw us on the spot with responding to those questions, we have prepared a PowerPoint. So hopefully those will answer some of your questions and will open up space for you to ask additional questions. So for everyone who don't know me, I'm Michelle CODNER. I'm a licensed psychologist, and I work at a hospital in the Massachusetts area. And I'm also a supervisor. I help to direct one of our psychology fellowship program in the adolescent medicine department at the hospital I work. And suicidality is an area of great interest to me. So I'm looking forward to share my insights with you and to answer any questions that folks may have.
Okay, and see friends and a couple of people coming to class late. Hey, look, better late than never. But next week, try and be on time. No, we're not gonna spend much time on that. But no, we understand that people, for whatever reason, they show up late, and then they can always catch a show on replay on YouTube. But friends, thanks for being here. Much appreciated. Mr. Case, go ahead, sir.
So yeah, I'm Rayon. So I work in the mental health field. Right now I'm working with the state, and I also work in the hospital setting. So suicidality and suicide, that's something I basically see on a daily basis, or something I have to deal with on a daily basis. Just to make it brief, I'm not going to go into the nuances of all the things that I do, but it's good being here, Rattigan.
No worries, no worries. We're pressed for time, so I just don't want to eat up any more of your time. By the way, are both of you operating in the same state?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. The floor is all yours.
Okay.
Former reggae girl. Oh, reggae girl. Why you changing it? Shouldn't change your name, man. Me love reggae girl, you know. Friends from Lake. That's all right.
Trying to pull up my PowerPoint.
No. That's fine. No problem.
Yeah.
Somebody said increased incidents since Andrew's third term. Somebody said post-election fatigue. Let me see.
Is it really an increased incidence though, or is it increased reporting? I'm curious, and in fairness, we have to ask a question.
I think you're onto something, Kevin. Are people able to see my screen?
There will be in a moment.
Okay.
Rebel, you want to add that?
Yeah. Here it is. Yeah, it's up.
Okay. All right, so the title of our presentation today is Understanding and Preventing Suicide in Jamaica, a Collective Responsibility. We've already introduced ourselves, so I'm just going to go right into it.
Okay.
Did Yvonne come on, Rattigan?
Beg your pardon?
Did Yvonne?
No, I don't. Wait a minute. Hold on one second. No, she's not here.
Okay. So just some disclosures. We have no financial disclosures to declare our conflict of interest. This is not a therapy session. It's just a talk about suicide. And just a content warning, this presentation includes content that may be emotionally activating or sensitive. Please take care of yourself and feel free to step away, take a break, or reach out for support if needed.
All right. Yvonne is here. Yvonne, big up yourself. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Yvonne.
Yvonne, take it away, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. Just have some disclosures here. So, just to state that we have no financial disclosures to declare or conflict of interest. Please note that this is not a therapy session. It is just a talk about suicide. So mainly informational and giving you information on how to access support as needed. And just as a disclaimer, as a content warning, the following presentation includes content that may be emotionally activating or sensitive. So I urge you please to take care of yourself and feel free to step away by taking a break or reaching out for support if needed. So we kind of jump into what is mental health versus mental health disorder. So just some definitions here to provide better context. So mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn and work well, and contribute to their community. And that definition basically came from the World Health Organization, if you would like to follow up more. And just a brief overview of what a mental disorder is. So it is characterized by a clinically significant disturbance in an individual's cognition, emotional regulation, or behavior. It is usually associated with distress or impairment in important areas of functioning. So it impacts how an individual would function in their daily life. So their ability to function in different roles and settings becomes impaired. There are many types of different disorders, and we can list a few of them if needed. Michelle?
So I just got word that the slides are not moving, so I'm gonna stop sharing and re-sharing.
Okay.
Is that coming up on your end too, Wilfred?
Well, what you were sharing was the actual PowerPoint itself.
Yes.
I mean, from PowerPoint, not the screen, not the slideshow. So if you're changing it on the PowerPoint itself, then the slides will change.
Rayon, can you share, please?
I'm gonna check if I can share it on.
Or you share the window that is the slideshow. That's the other option. So Yvonne, as you're bringing that up, is that T-shirt that you're wearing?
Yes.
What is that?
It's one of the designs from Kuya. So it's a reggae brand.
Okay.
Could you repeat that?
Okay. I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah.
The colors popped out at me. So.
Okay.
The letters popped out at me.
That was the other thing.
Does it say WR?
No, it doesn't say Will Rattigan.
It's not working, right?
All right.
No.
Go ahead and share again, Michelle. Or if you want to, you can email it to me at djkevinstew@gmail.com, and I could put it up on my side.
Okay, I'll do that. DJ Kevin.
Stew, STEW.
At
Gmail.
Okay.
Well, one of our supporters, strong supporters, the nose bleeding is due to dry air or low humidity. That's fine, but if they never used to have that before, and then all of a sudden they started having it, and I suspect that this is something that is unique to the situation, because otherwise an explanation would have been provided saying, "Oh yeah, they have nosebleed on all the buses, so it's no problem." But they specifically mentioned this one and say, "Hey, we have to get medical attention or law enforcement involved for this." So we don't know what's going on, but we're just calling attention to the fact that these things are happening on the bus or on the buses. So we'll see what happens. You know, if things get worse, stabilize, or progress. We're
Yeah, but
ready?
it is cause for concern. I'm pulling it up now. It is cause for concern, and there, I don't know, they didn't mention doing any association, any investigation. So I'm I'm definitely, I'm, as they would say, proper concerned about it.
All right. If we can't get it up, can you guys just at least start talking while Kevin is pulling it up?
Sure.
Yeah.
Rayon.
And I'll just start with a very simple question. If it's true that suicide is on the rise in Jamaica, do you have an explanation for that?
Yeah, we have some explanations based on what the literature is stating. Yeah. We'll
All right.
get to that in a minute.
Okay.
All right, I guess we'll just keep talking. We'll keep
Yeah,
rolling.
and 1 second, Mr. Case. As we are here right now, those who are on, do call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Because this is important information. Invite them to Reason with Rattigan. And those of you that are here, go ahead and click the like button. Because it's important as it relates to our analytics and getting the word out to some more people. If you could be so kind to do that. Rebel, if you can just scroll down and add my slide presentation.
What was that? You talk to me, Kevin. I was just talking to the producer, and what just saying is that you guys could just go ahead and just talk about it. And if you want to read it, you can read it on your side because we have a limited amount of time. I'm sure that you guys are going to have to come back because we can't deal with suicide in about a half hour. But whatever you can provide us within the half hour, it might be useful to someone. And just that Michelle and I had a conversation as to whether or not this segment should have been brought on today because in light of the impending hurricane, and it was decided that yes, at least we can provide some information to people because if there's a catastrophe, it could lead to undesirable behavior.
Sorry, Will, share that presentation that is beside me, please, between myself and Michelle.
Okay. There it is. Okay, that's a disclosure. That's a content warning. Okay. We went past this already. Mental health versus mental disorders.
Yes.
Do I leave it there or do I?
No, move on, please.
Okay.
Yeah. So we just do a quick skim through of all this because it's a lot of content. So we won't go through everything. So getting
see if some for the next time. See if some for the next time.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. So in terms of addressing suicide, we also always want to look at like self-injury. We call it non-suicidal self-injury. So it's just often the act of harming your own body, such as cutting or burning. That's usually what we see individuals do. They'll engage in those activities as well. And this type of self-injury is usually a harmful way to cope with emotional pain, sadness, anger, and stress. People are usually trying to find a way of escape, or they're trying to find relief for some emotional situation that they're going through. So usually people will engage in this type of self-injury, and we can keep rolling. Again, just rushing through some of it. So we highlight.
Let me just ask you a quick question. And I know it's kind of personal because people have different thresholds, right? But I'm trying to think. I know people going through a lot of emotional pain, lot of sadness, lot of anger, lot of stress, and to the best of my knowledge, you're not contemplating suicide. So, is there a formula that you could say if you see this, then it's more likely than not than that they will contemplate suicide?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that shortly,
All
right? Right again. So yeah, we're gonna get to it.
there you go.
Yeah. So we're just highlighting again some of the forms of self-injury: scratching, cutting, cutting with a sharp object, burning. These are just some of the stuff you will see: piercing of the skin with sharp objects, inserting objects under the skin. These are just some of the forms. And some of the symptoms of self-injury, there's usually scars, often in patterns. You'll find fresh cuts or scratches, bruises, bite marks. You'll see people engaging in excessive rubbing of an open area to create a burn. People will keep sharp objects or other items used for self-injury on hand. You'll hear frequent reports of accidental injury. You'll see signs such as difficulties in relationship with others, and there's like behaviors and emotions that change quickly and are impulsive, intense, and unexpected. And I always want to stress, you hear a sense of hopelessness or helplessness, or reports of being worthless.
Skip out the definitions.
No, this is important.
Okay, there you go.
So some definitions of suicidal ideation or suicidal thoughts. These are thoughts or ideas centered around death or suicide. And experiencing suicidal ideation doesn't mean you're going to kill yourself, but it can be a warning sign. So that's something we always look out for. And there's also passive suicidal ideation, and this is suicidal thoughts that occur without any desire to make a plan of action to harm yourself. And then there's active suicidal ideation. So these are suicidal thoughts that motivate individuals to create an action plan of self-harm. When a plan is in place, they may feel at ease or withdrawn. Warning signs of suicide: you'll see individuals giving away valued belongings or writing a note, and this usually requires emergency treatment. So typically, this is when you're finding individuals going into inpatient settings for treatment. And then we can do some quick myths and facts about suicide. So talking to someone about suicide could make them more likely to end their life. That's in fact a myth, because talking about suicide, the fact is that won't make somebody's suicidal thoughts worse or make them more likely to harm themselves. Starting a conversation about suicidal thoughts can help with suicide prevention by creating a safe space for them to talk about how they are feeling. So we often suggest and encourage individuals to ask questions and to talk about suicide. Another myth is if a person is serious about ending their life, they can't be helped. That's a lie. While suicide is a serious public health problem, a lot can be done to prevent it with timely support.
Do you think, one quick thing, do you think that having a bad therapist talking to you about suicide could actually assist in or let you commit the act, because the interaction is so bad that they feel like I'm not getting anything from this?
Well, no one can cause someone to die by suicide, right? If you're asking if that relationship, that cantankerous relationship, could exacerbate someone's desire, that's a possibility.
Okay.
All right. And another myth, because these help with answering some of the questions that you may have as well. So if a person is talking about their suicidal thoughts, they won't act on them. Again, that's a myth. Talking about suicide can be a plea for help. So don't assume that somebody won't attempt to take their own life if they talk about suicide. Always take suicidal feelings seriously. And then another myth, you have to have a mental illness to think about suicide. In fact, 1 in 5 people have thought about suicide at some point in their life, and not all people who die by suicide have a mental health condition. And I want to stress that, because people think that it's only people with a mental disorder or mental illness that will die by suicide or attempt suicide. though people living with a mental illness are generally more likely to feel suicidal and make an attempt, it doesn't exclude others without like a formal diagnosis from attempting or thinking about suicide.
Yeah, so here are some of the explanations of suicide as to why someone might choose to die that way. It does not occur in isolation. It is often the end result of a combination of several factors. So psychological pain is a big one, and psychological pain is usually predominant in diagnoses such as depression, trauma, grief, or even chronic stress. Social isolation is a big one as well. That's the sense of feeling disconnected or like a burden to others. Hopelessness, believing things will never improve. Access to means such as pesticide, medication, firearms, or other dangerous weapons. So the suicidal mind is often ambivalent, right? So a part of this person really wants to live, and then the other part that wants the suffering to end. So that's why listening, staying connected, and early intervention actually help to save lives. And I'm going to go through some of the theories that provide some other explanation about suicide. You can move ahead, please. So, the interpersonal psychological theory of suicide, which was developed by psychologist Thomas Joyner, who is a renowned psychologist in the field of suicidology, he talks about wanting to die being composed of two psychological experiences. That's a perception of being a burden to others. So, that's the perceived burdensomeness component that I just highlighted on the previous slide. And again, that social disconnection from relationship with others, which he termed thwarted belongingness. So essentially, people are thinking, I am worth more dead to people that love me than I am alive. So there's a lost sense of purpose, but these factors by themselves are not enough to make someone want to attempt suicide. But they combined with capability, acquired capability or fearlessness, that increases the likelihood that someone will die by suicide. And here's a visual, Ratty, can you move for blank, please? Here's a visual depiction of that model. So I am a burden, that's the perceived burdensomeness. I am alone. Those two factors separately or just together does not increase someone's likelihood of attempting suicide. However, with the acquired capability where you're not afraid, you're no longer fearful of anything, you are you have gained sensitivity to pain. So it's like, what the heck, I can do this and be okay. So those two factors in combination with the acquired capability component increases the likelihood that someone will attempt suicide. There's also what we call the integrated suicide model. This was developed by Taylor et al. And so they talk about defeat, so that feeling of defeat and entrapment may result in suicidal thoughts and attempts. And defeat of those two factors is strongly correlated with major depressive disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. The reinforcement model is another one that is used to explain suicide, and this comprises of two phases. So phase one, this is where stressful events occur and activate that feeling of surprise and fear. This also triggers irrational patterns and beliefs from childhood, which leads to feelings of hopelessness. So again, I hope we're really listening for these keywords: helplessness and fear and panic. And then in phase two, there's a negative reinforcement system which triggers suicide as an escape to find peace and reduce that psychological pain that someone might be experiencing. Next, we have the biomedical model, which suicide is mostly a consequence of psychiatric problems and inadequate treatment for depression. Low help seeking among people with depression, especially men. And when we think about cultural factors in Jamaica, saying to someone, man up, hurry up, or you too soft, right? That silences emotional pain and reduces the likelihood that someone will go and seek help. The biopsychosocial model purports that early life adversities epigenetic changes, personality factors such as impulsive aggression, hopelessness again, and unbearable psychological pain are all risk factors for suicide. And the man's diathesis stress model, so diathesis is described as acquired vulnerability. So that's where someone might display impulsive or aggressive tendencies, and over time, again, that pain sensitivity, as well as stress factors, whether that's internal stress factors that could be as a result of depression or another mood disorder, or external factors such as relationship problems or work problems. Those can impact the likelihood of someone attempting suicide. Statistics, these are familiar with us. So this is from 2016 to 2023 data. And as we notice that this data was increasing as the years progresses, and now, Ratty, could you move on to the next slide, please? Now, last year in 2024, there was an increase. So the number moved up from 66 in 2023 to 67 in 2024. I'm not sure I'm convinced by these statistics. Please accept them as a grain of salt. I think the number is higher than this, but I think Kevin alluded to the underreporting factor earlier when he was making a comment. Per the JCF report, 91% of completed suicide in 2024 were males. So males usually complete suicide more than females, but females usually attempt a lot more. Higher numbers have been recorded in July, August, and September of this year compared to the same period last year. And some of those contributing factors is the rise in mental health crisis, right? Lots of undiagnosed mental health uh, conditions. COVID-19 pandemic, again, isolation, that was impacted. So a lot people were disconnected from their social relationships. A lot of losses when we think about rituals, graduations, weddings, all of those things. Drugs, violence, and the lack of support for, I don't even just want to say men, everyone, but especially the men in our society. And so some of the risk factors for suicide, this is divided in a lot in different categories. And risk factors, for those who don't know, are characteristics or conditions that increase the chance that a person may try to take their own life. So mental health conditions like depression, substance use problems, bipolar, schizophrenia, personality traits such as aggression, mood changes and poor relationships, serious physical health conditions, including pain. So, chronic pain, for those who don't know, is highly correlated with suicidal thinking and traumatic brain injury as well. All right, Yvonne, take it away, please.
You're muted, Yvonne.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So some environmental risk factors, as she had mentioned. So having that access to lethal weapons, firearms being easily accessible in the home, drugs, prolonged stress. As you know, stress can exacerbate anything. Um, Harassment, bullying. So you're being bullied. A lot of people just think, it makes sense to do that instead of seeking help, which we'll go through some of the helpful hints later. Stressful life events. So Michelle had alluded to the losses, stuff like that. So other life changes, rejection, divorce, financial crisis, just anything that incur losses in someone's life. Uh, some warning signs. So just Just giving you some brief hints of what to look for. Michelle alluded to a lot of these. So and Rayon, the feeling of hopelessness, having no reason to live when she went through the theoretical models. So basically, you have a sense of that. And just again, some warning signs: overly fatigued, difficulty sleeping, withdrawing from activities. So someone who is usually outgoing, an extrovert, becomes withdrawn, don't want to really go anywhere, do anything, activities that they usually enjoy, they no longer engage in that. That can be a red flag, so pay attention to that. It's good to pay attention to people so you can see when there's a shift in how they present themselves. Uh, Mood warning signs, again, Michelle had went through this. So the whole depression, anxiety, loss of interest, which we spoke about, anger. So this sudden aggression, agitation. Um, Again, just look out for that. So pay attention, because like you said, some Michelle had alluded to, people necessarily they want the help, but sometimes they don't know how to ask or how to access that support.
Kevin, you can move forward with this screen because we're ahead of you right now with the slides.
So some protective factors, so things that may be helpful in preventing this completion. So limit access to lethal means. So like I mentioned, the access to firearms, drugs, stuff like that. So you know that's an issue. It's good to kind of limit that access to that person. Uh, Problem solving skills, like encouraging them to reach out for that support, encourage them to share what's going on. You don't necessarily have to talk about suicide, but talk about the changes, the losses, what's going on with you, because sometimes hearing yourself out loud can be very helpful. And sometimes others have similar experiences. So someone hearing what you're going through may be able to provide that support. And the person that you're sharing with, both you can problem solve and possibly come to find some solution to whatever it is that you're experiencing. Access to mental health care. So basically reaching out for that support. I know there's crisis intervention services, which I'll go over briefly. And again, the cultural and religious beliefs. So basically having that spiritual connection can actually be a protective factor. So you know that there's a higher power and you know that things will change. So right now it may be hopeless, like whatever you're experiencing, but having that faith-based approach that nothing lasts forever, it will change. This is just a rough period. So having that biblical reference to kind of pull you through. And again, like praying and stuff like that, that's associated with spiritual or religious beliefs. So some helpful hints, just talking about it, seek professional help. So it depends on the setting you're in. So you have at work, you have the employment assistant program. So that's where they have professionals come in who can offer that support to individuals who are having these experiences, going through a tough time. And at school, you have the teachers that students could access or any school staff. So seek help is available. So try to seek help. Try to find a safe space, someone that you trust and feel comfortable sharing with. And just share what's going on, because people can connect you to support even if they are not trained to provide that support. So there's always a way.
Before
Again,
before you
Bill,
move on,
go ahead.
before you move on, Yvonne, there's one thing I want to say, and we don't ever want to say to someone, them just seeking attention. We instead want to say, tell me what's going on, I'm here, so that way the person knows that you are there and ready to listen.
Yeah. And again, from a systems perspective too, I should add, um, building that safe space for people in schools, churches, the workplaces, communities, just normalizing it that people go through tough times. People go through life changes. So building that space where you provide that support for them as an outlet can be very effective.
And we did
And
break down, I was gonna say to Yvonne that we did break it down into like individuals and families and churches. So I know you were gonna go through it, so you can quickly do that too.
well, you can share
Okay.
briefly
Yeah,
overview and
so
then we
like just being more specific in terms of what we can do as families and individuals, and that's more so building strong and positive relationships, becoming more involved in the community, and we also encourage children and adolescents to participate in extracurricular or out of school activities. And then parents working to make sure children feel comfortable talking about problems such as bullying or seeking appropriate assistance as needed. Sometimes I think we undermine the impact of what bullying, the impact it has on a child or on children, and the greater stressors it adds to their lives. And then we encourage good sleep, exercise, eating healthy, and good choices for overall health also matter for mental well-being. So our bodies and our brains are all connected. Our physical and mental well-being are linked. And you can move forward with the slides. And then for the church community, we are encouraging that the church community provide a space and organize activities. So opportunities for volunteering that encourage social participation and inclusion for all people. And we also encourage inviting local health, mental health experts, including those who have had a lived mental illness, to speak with their congregation or at community gatherings. And we also want to provide education, outreach, and training to address mental health and implement programs to identify risk early indicators of mental, emotional, and behavioral problems among youth, and encourage that youth with such problems are referred to appropriate service. And there's also, we always reference prayer and other spiritual approaches like worship, healing, or communion is how we talk to God and allow Him to talk to and in His way heal us. And then we want people to remember that healing, sometimes it's not the way people expect it, where it's immediate. Sometimes it's gradual in terms of those who hold those.
yeah, so jumping to coping, some of this I was already said. So I stated before, reaching out for help. There is a crisis line, 988. You think you're in danger, you need to speak with a professional, please reach out. Again, reach out to someone you trust. You don't have to talk about suicide, but just to talk about what's going on, what has changed, that can be helpful. And just practicing mindfulness, focus on the moment. So moment to moment, not getting too far ahead, because that can create anxiety and going back, remorse that can contribute to depression. So just being mindful of that. And again, the substance use, minimize that. Try to stay away from unprescribed drugs, like street drugs. And then Michelle,
We want to
delay.
delay.
Mm-hmm.
We want to put time and distance between the suicidal person and a highly lethal mean. We want to distract them by encouraging them to engage in an activity, and we want to redirect them to things that are purposeful and meaningful in their lives.
Yeah, no, again, to take care of yourself, practice good self-care. So some of this was mentioned before, exercising, talking about your problems, talking about what's going on, eating healthy, staying hydrated, because when you're dehydrated, that can actually lead to AMS, which is altered mental status, which can only make things worse. So it's good to try to eat healthy based on what your budget can afford, and just kind of get some exercise and do some walks. As simple as that. You don't have to go to a gym if you can't afford it. Just walking, just being mindful, walking, observing nature, stuff like that, that has healing components. And again, additional coping strategies. we spoke about, covered most of these already. Seeking support, that's a big one.
All right. Let's switch here.
Rayon?
Oh, you can move forward. I think we covered most of these in terms of
All right.
coping.
I tell you what I'd like to do, right? Because we're almost out of time. I want to ask a question, right? Let me just move this. One of the things I notice is that all of the descriptions, right? There seem to be some kind of negative activity going on in the person's life. But a dear listener sent me this. I'll just read it to you. I take no credit for this question, by the way. It says, sometimes those who seem the happiest are the ones in most pain. They hide their struggles behind smiles and laughter, not wanting to burden others or appear weak. Society often rewards positivity, so they mask their sadness until it becomes unbearable, sometimes leading them to take their own lives. Outward joy can be a powerful disguise for silent suffering. Comment on that, please.
Ryan here. So in part of what we were doing, I know we mentioned the importance of having friends, building connections with friends and family members. And when we're talking about building friendships, developing a support system, we're not talking about like surface level building of relationships now. We're talking about building like a solid, firm relationship with a family member or with a friend, so they can ask you questions. They're not afraid to ask you like what's going on in your life, and also ensuring that that relationship is a safe or a trusted one, so the individual is willing to open up. And it's true, people, a lot of people who we've seen taking their lives, they've often been like the pleasant ones, always laughing. And sometimes too, you'll find that they hold a lot of information, so they take the weight and burden of others and they store that, and they have no place of like distributing or sharing their burden with others. So everything, I think it comes together. Sometimes you have the perfect storm, and then out of impulse, people end up doing that, leading to death by suicide. So we encourage building a strong support system.
All right. Kevin? Oh, by the way, did somebody just ask, somebody, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask this question for them. We're running out of time, but they said, what if somebody says, I can't bother? Is that a clue, or is that something that you should just ignore it and say, they're saying this, but they don't mean anything? How much attention do you pay to something like that?
It's something to be curious about. I can't bother with what, where is this coming from? So you want to invite curiosity. Just somebody saying I can't bother, that can lead to lots of things. I can't bother because what? Am I depressed? Am I feeling hopeless? So I think curiosity and asking further questions can lead to figuring out what's really going on with this person.
And this is where like the environmental factors come in. Like, do you see what's happening in their life? Was there a recent incident that occurred? Like, did they lose a job? Was there a death of a loved one, or a death of an animal or pet that this individual was connected to? So these factors we need to look at. Was there a natural disaster? So you're trying to put all these together. But yes, I would say be curious, like what Michelle said.
All right, Kevin, last question.
And I'm guessing as it relates to feeling a sense of hopelessness, people with chronic pain and continuous pain, we didn't talk much about that. Could you just touch on that a little bit for me?
When you say specifically, does it relate?
Individuals that have long-term illnesses or chronic pain, and they can't seem to find relief.
Mm-hmm.
They are sometimes led to speak of wanting to end it all.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that also needs to be taken into consideration, be concerned about.
Absolutely. There is, and I think I mentioned this briefly in the talk as well, there is a strong correlation between chronic pain and suicidal ideation and attempt. So yes, so anyone who experiences chronic pain, we're constantly screening for suicidal thinking. because of what you're highlighting. So yes.
There's also another issue that jumps out, but we can't get into it when it comes to chronic pain as well, and that substance use. You'll find that individuals sometimes with chronic pain, they may not be prescribed like the medication they need or sometimes seeking, and that they may turn to like street drugs or some form of substance that can ease the pain. And sometimes some of these substances are addictive too. So there are different things that comes up from this. A lot of things we spoke about, they're like different subject matter that requires its own discussion. But I know we're limited time, but we appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Well, listen, we'll just end it there. We're going to invite you guys to come back because this is a topic that's recurring and it's not, I don't see it going anywhere. And considering that it looks like we're going to have a catastrophic event, we don't know what the impact of that will be, in the sense that people might start feeling depressed based on, joblessness, homelessness, without food, all of this. And they might just feel like there's no point in living because, we can't live. So we definitely are going to have you guys back. We want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us, Rayon. I can call you Rayon. I don't have to call you Mr. Case.
Absolutely.
Rayon, Yvonne, give him up my shirt. And Michelle, a big thanks to all of you for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
All right. Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
All right, y'all take care.
All right. Well, folks, look who is here. Look who is here, people. Well, no, don't look at. Listen, she's right on time. And I had a conversation with her yesterday, talking about this Melissa. And just wanted to make sure that she's safe. And she's safe and sound. Without further ado, our sister, Dr. Rosalie Hamilton, just call her Rosalie. She will tell you that. She don't need no title because she talk to her people, her family. Rosalie, welcome.
You're muted.
Okay, how are you?
I'm on top of the world. I hope you're there too. I'm looking around for you,
Yeah. I'm here. A little wet, but up to yesterday we had lots of sunshine and things were fine. But we're getting closer to that moment. So
right, it doesn't seem like a worrisome one for you because you're smiling,
Yeah. I'm not one of those warriors. So
okay.
I follow the science that we have, the best forecast we have, and just monitoring and preparing, and of course, praying. This is definitely out of our hands once we've done all that we can. We just have to prepare as best we can, and then the rest is up to some greater power.
Well, folks, let me tell you, whenever Sis writes a column, and I see the column, usually I see it's a Sunday, and I usually see it on the same day or the Monday. I call her immediately and say, look, you write this column, you have to come on and explain to people, right? And she's a big proponent of government from bottom up, not from top down. And she also has her views about the Constitution, what it means, and how it should be addressed in terms of repeal, replace, amendment, reform, whatever you want to call it. So she wrote this very lovely piece. I think it was last week, Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a variation on the theme because it was saying, okay, we tried constitutional reform, and essentially we try to just force it down people's throats. The one who for throat we could have get it for force down because we never invite a lot of people. A lot of people didn't have any input in it. And she's saying, look, for whatever reason, it failed. Now we have a chance to restart the process. And she has some outstanding ideas. I think they're outstanding as to how we should move forward if we truly want to address this vexing constitutional issue. Rosalie, how am I doing so far?
Fine. That gives you a nice little overview and summary, yes.
Well, I'll step aside and leave it to you now.
Yeah, well, I think we've gone through our elections, the people have spoken, we've made a decision about the way forward with respect to who would lead the country for the next few years. And so the question of constitutional reform remains on the table. I think both the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister agree that this process should continue. And importantly, they agree that it should be an inclusive and participatory process. And for me, that's good news. And I think that's the place to start the conversation. I mean, they had a little rocky start with differences about, who should talk to who and so on. But it is my hope that we'll get over that very quickly and that the two leaders will sit and have a conversation. And I think the first thing on the agenda ought to be how they actually execute what they both agree with, which is an inclusive participatory process. And I think that's the place to start, because if we start there and we bring the people into the process from day one, from the moment we are going to restart this process, then I think a lot of the concerns that the Jamaican people had in the prior process would really just go out the window immediately, because the questions very early, once the old Constitution Reform Committee was established, was, you have some representatives in the committee that are supposed to represent some people, some the churches, women and so on, civil society. But like there are other groups that were left out and say, what about us? What about our voice and so on? And very importantly, when they came up with an agreement, what agreement? We were left out. So that issue, we can address that up front by saying, yes, they both agree with a participatory process. Now, how exactly would that be done? And I think if they start the conversation there and set up those mechanisms to bring the people in, then there is time to work out the differences that the leaders have, and importantly, the differences that the people of Jamaica have, because we all have different views. So if we start there, have an inclusive process, and there are many ways to do it. Jamaica is not the first to have a constitutional reform process that involves and includes the people of the country. And so we can look at different models, we can create our own model, but whatever it is, let's start there. And that was the essence of my argument. I think that the commitment that was made, the commitment was made in both the JLP and the PNP manifesto. And the language was very there. They want a transparent process. The JLP talked about broadening the national consultation process. And very importantly, ensuring that the voices of all Jamaicans are heard and respected. And I think that's an important statement. And it's very much consistent with the PNP manifesto promise to have this transparent participatory process from the ground up. So let's start.
All right. Should they throw out the baby and the bathwater and start all over? Because we have a bill. So where should they start? Do they reinvent the wheel, or do they just rubber on this old wheel?
And that's why the leaders kind of need to come up with that approach in terms of very quickly what they want and what we want in terms of the people, right? My own view is that we don't have to throw the baby out with the bath. We don't have to start from scratch. And we will not be starting from scratch. Why? Because, quite frankly, for 3 years at least, possibly 4 years, depending on how early you want to date the conversation, we have been talking about constitutional reform. There is a lot of learning that has taken place. Certainly the work of the Advocates Network, the work of the Institute of Law and Economics, JAM, Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, the National Integrity Action, many other civil society organizations, JFJ, etc., the churches. All of us have been involved in some way or the other in the process of educating the public and engaging a dialogue with the public. So that's not going to dissipate. That's not starting from scratch, because that engagement has started. Now, you correctly pointed to the bill. We now have a bill. Well, again, there are a lot of lessons that can come from that bill. we certainly came together, we meaning the Advocates Network, because I wear several hats, as well as the work I've been doing through the Institute of Law and Economics, have documented our response to the bill. And so there are many different civil society organizations, individuals that have expressed a view, either supporting, disagreeing, or picking to pieces parts of the bill. Now, again, my hope is that those issues will be considered and a new bill tabled after a process that is inclusive and participatory.
Okay. Before Kevin jump in, come see him eager for jumping, but let me squeeze in a quick one here. How do you see that channeling the widening of the gap? And what do I mean by that? There are certain things that the government said it would have done: impeachment, term limits, and then you have the opposition saying this is not going on anywhere unless our final court of appeal is the CCJ. Do you see them bridging that gap so that they can come to terms and get the people involved? And that's the first question. Second question: who's going to be driving this process? Will it be the people? Will it be the government? Will it be because I'm trying to figure in my mind, is it we're going to have 3 drivers, or we're going to have 1 driver, a passenger, and a conductor? How are we going to work this thing out?
Yes. All right. So good questions. The first one I spoke to how do we what is that process of engagement? Yes, that was the first question you were just checking. Yeah. All right. So and how do we get this inclusive process? I for me, the best way representatives of the people and the people is through the parliamentary process. Okay. Remember, we've just come through an election, but that's what every elected member of parliament represents: a segment of our population. The DLP's manifesto wanting a process in which all Jamaicans are heard and respected is an important statement, because the best way to hear from all Jamaicans is either directly or through their representatives. And so for me, a special committee of parliament could be established where we recognize that 60% of Jamaicans didn't vote, right? So a lot of people who didn't particularly say what they want. And so we could have equal representation of the political parties on that committee. We could bring the Senate in to the conversation as part of that whole parliamentary process. Make special arrangements to hear from the judiciary. They play an independent role. So, some statement or, in the past, we've used retired judges, whatever way we hear from the judiciary. And so we get, I feel like a governmental approach that in my mind should also include local government. And so local government representatives should be there as part of this committee, ultimately involved in shaping this final document. Now, how do our voices get heard? Now, that to me is the process that we need to fix and put in the Constitution as how we get the voice of
It looks like the weather is affecting your connection.
Oh, all right. I hope not. I think it's too early because I don't see. You're hearing me now?
Yes.
Okay.
So you started addressing how.
Yes, I was saying that we could now set up structured hearings where any citizen, any group of citizens, any civil society organization has a channel, has a mechanism in which they can get involved and submit and hear and voice, speak and engage a process. So that's one set of engagements. But of course, we have done and we can continue to do, whether it is parish-based town hall meetings, community engagements, because not every citizen will have the capacity to come to a parliament or come to the town center or what have you. So we have to engage at the level of the communities, the parishes, and ultimately nationally. So once we have these mechanisms for our voices to be heard, for people to make submission and so on, then it goes to this committee, and ultimately the committee makes their final set of recommendations. Obviously, that committee should get the advice of technical people who've studied constitutional reform. And I'm not just talking about lawyers, we're also talking about political science, and I would add economists. And I say that because I see the Constitution, quite frankly, as the legal framework to facilitate the development of our country. And if we think about our Constitution that way, then we want to shape a Constitution that ultimately will lead to and contribute to the development of our nation. We must lift the standard of the Jamaican people. And so it's not just about the legal changes that we're making.
Something is giving a fight.
Larkin asked a question. Could the king say remove the GG without the consent of the prime minister? Yes, because remember the governor general serves at the pleasure of his majesty. So him no need the prime minister, anybody in Jamaica to say, you have to come to us to get permission to remove him.
And
go ahead, I'm sorry.
What we have also learned is that really and truly the prime minister should be going to the GG for permission for certain things. As since we do have a king of Jamaica.
Right. And some people might say it's ceremonial, but no matter, it has to be done. Like Parliament can't start without the Governor General there giving the throne speech. So there you go. Go ahead with the question, Kevin.
Fortunately for me, or I don't know, somehow Rosie foresaw my question and started answering it, or you touched on it a little bit, because I was curious about how to get the people more involved so that their voices can be heard. And it generally would, no, it would involve a changing of a mindset. So the general idea, as I see it, is, they're going to do whatever they want to do anyway. My little voice don't make a difference. How do we embark on changing that mindset so that we can get the people at the local level involved, so that it goes up the line?
That's to me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. I think the idea of public engagement and public education is essentially that. There's a lot of learning to be done at all levels in different ways. We have to hear the different perspectives. And I think that once the mechanisms are there, whether it's formal submissions in Parliament, whether those town hall meetings are there, whether there are community engagements, whatever those mechanisms are, once we have these perspectives, we now need to interpret them, so to speak. That's very important, because not every good idea makes sense. Let me say what I say, but explain what I mean there. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, we want a functioning government that can deliver the outcomes that the Jamaican people want. And I suggest that the top of that is to lift their standard of living, to improve their well-being. Now, some ideas may well be more important than others. And this is where I think we can lean on the focused work that our professionals bring in terms of what the kinds of outcomes of certain kinds of changes would lead to a country like Jamaica. And so there's some sifting of the information. One of the things I liked about what the Trinidad and Tobago did when they had their constitutional process is that at the end of the day, that committee, that group that ultimately listened to and got the responses of citizens. And some of them, they said, may not be directly linked to a constitutional reform. It may be linked to something else. And so they weeded those out. And then for those that they felt had implications for the rule of law.
Rosie, I don't know if you're hearing me, but your feed is interrupted.
Yes, my system is unstable. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it seems to be trending.
Yeah. Yeah, my system is unstable. You're hearing me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So there needs to be a process so that we know that we were listened to. They heard, yes, it may not be included because every single idea will not be included in Constitution. But at least you know that it's gone through a process. And so that process of vetting and inclusion is important. And I think that's linked to what it is that we're trying to do. I think an important part of what we're trying to do that we must be focused on is a functioning government that can deliver the outcomes that the people want. And I hone in on a structure of government that works for us in the modern day, as opposed to the old structure that we've inherited prior to independence that we've not changed substantively. And a simple way, it's much more complex than this, but a simple way to think about that structure is a highly centralized structure in which you concentrate power in one person. And it is that worked in the colonial days because the governor ran things. The governor made all the decisions, right? And it worked then for a colonial society in which you're not trying to hear the voice of the majority. You're not trying to empower the majority. You're only perpetuating a system that enriches the few. So if we're clear that that system worked then, is not working now, and we need a different kind of system, then I think that the conversation about the kind of changes we want in our constitution and the structure of government that we want ultimately to deliver what our people want would change. And so for me, again, just to take the logic of that simple point, as I said, much more complex than that, is the idea that you want a more decentralized structure of government in which power is shared across the country through municipalities, in communities that can deliver, I think, better outcomes. Better outcomes because it's informed in a very direct way by people's capacity to influence those decisions.
Rosalie, let me jump in here and say that you and I had a conversation, and it's the same conversation that we're having right now, except that it was broken down to a level of understanding where anybody could understand it. And we were talking about Melissa, and we were saying, okay, let's try and make the connection between constitutional reform and Melissa. And I found it quite interesting the way you developed your argument. Could you share that with people, please? Because I think now they can, once you use Melissa, because it's here,
she's here,
then people can actually,
And that's why I simplified what we're doing in the Constitution that way, because it's one way to make the point in a very significant way that if we want a more decentralized structure, some people are happy with this centralized structure, because it's easy to make decisions. Just make sure that the prime minister, you and the prime minister good, and you're all right, because ultimately the prime minister controls the cabinet and controls parliament. That's the structure we have, and that structure thwarts the voice of our representatives in parliament. And so whether they're part of the government or the opposition, let me say that frankly, because I know that there are members of parliament on the government side who sometimes want to do things for the constituency, but somehow the positions may not be consistent with cabinet, right? So we have that problem. Now, what would a more decentralized structure look like? Well, certainly what it implies immediately is that there's more power, more autonomy in the hands of the local government. Now, this is where Melissa provides an excellent example in terms of how it would work. Right now, as we speak, part of the ongoing conversation in terms of responsiveness to Melissa is the resources that the local government need from central government to clean drains and to prepare shelters, etc., for this hurricane. Now, if they don't get enough from central government, if the money comes late, if the money comes in a way that's not suited to the particular needs of a particular community. For example, the communities on the shore, right on our seashore, has different needs from communities up in the mountains, right, facing slides, etc. So depending on how it comes, the funds may or may not be adequate. Or my own view is that if we had a more decentralized structure, then the planning for any climate event starts with the engagement of the people that will be most affected. And the people that are most affected in communities know their communities. They know what drains blocked. They know the roads that need to fix. They know the shelters that are having issues, etc. They have local knowledge of the issues that impact them. They know, for example, of communities where the shelter is so far that they need a bus to take them from point A to point B. Now, if you have that knowledge, you build in the disaster preparedness mechanisms with that information, and you plan in terms of financing and other resources in a way that can enable the most effective response. Let me also say it provides mechanism in which the diaspora can have a direct impact and say in how their communities, the communities they're from, the communities they care about, can be protected. Because then there are mechanisms through the local government in which resources can be channeled and so on. So my thoughts are that this is now an existential threat. We're seeing hurricanes getting more frequent. We're seeing the intensity increasing, etc. And the lives that are currently at risk because things that could have happened and should have happened months ago, we're now trying to do. And it may well be too late. And so I think that the capacity for communities and municipalities and parishes to have a more targeted strategic response to disasters could, and in my mind, would look different than the current centralized approach we have, where ultimately the decisions have to come through cabinet.
Well, let me follow up on that question and your answer. The plan sounds fine. I have no quarrel with it. But the plan is only as good as the people implementing the plan. How do you address the issue of that human health element, that corruption, that political favoritism? How do you address that, given the system that you've just laid out? Is there a built-in mechanism to prevent those things from happening?
Yeah, so very good question. Two key points there. The capacity building that you're pointing to in terms of information, understanding what the collaborative process mean, monitoring, checks and balances, and so on, is something that the communities themselves are very mindful of. I have engaged communities where they've told me that, great, they agree, but we are not quite ready. And we need to be prepared. We need to be trained up. We need training. We need deeper understanding to be able to get more involved, because I raised issues about, do you want the right to have a say and to take on some of these responsibilities and to, really institutionalize approaches that reflect what you want. So that's the first thing, that part of the build-up and the engagement of an effective local government and community kind of governmental arrangement will require capacity building. That's the first point. Part of that capacity building is also about what corruption really means. Quite frankly, for some people, corruption is kind of like a way of life. This is just so the things set as so things run, right? And we kind of have to now unlearn that. And so that's a process of engagement. But importantly, the reality in some communities are, and I've been to communities where almost half of the community are relatives, are related, right? And so when you talk about corruption and doing bad work, or you're talking about stealing from members of your family, and while, yes, one could say, right, the probability that you're going to steal from or get engaged in corruption activities from family members and people who you know because they live down the road from you and so on, I think is minimized. And especially when it comes to these existential threat kind of situations in a climate disaster like what is happening, there's really not a lot of time for that, because when you're talking about cleaning drains and stuff, everybody in that community is going to be impacted. It's not outsiders who can do something and step away, right? It's the people who are making the decisions who will be directly impacted by the decisions they make. So I do think that there's a lot of learning that needs to take place. I want to say that corruption is not doesn't exist only at central government, and it doesn't exist only or even mainly at local government. There are more people involved and more opportunities perhaps, but that is also true for centralized government, that maybe less people will be involved in the corruption because it's so centralized, but nonetheless it exists. I think we all have to unlearn that. And that's a national agenda that we have to engage. We have to know how to care more about each other. We have to understand that, life is about not just what you want, but what is good for the society in which you are a part. And I think if there's a mechanism that people perceive fairness and honesty and truthfulness and integrity does work and matter, that's a reality that few of us know, right? Because we exist in spaces where those things don't thrive. But if you experience it, then you can see, okay, I can trust a system in which my voice matters. There are enough of us who want an outcome that is in the interest of the society and not just in the interest of a few.
I have three questions. I told them they're in the chat, and I have one right here. The first one is how do you reach out to the people? Because the way the government is claiming that it did was through town hall meetings, and I noticed that there were very few town hall meetings. Now they said that they had engagements with schools and communities and churches and so on to try and educate them on the process or about the process. I believe it was a glorious failure. How do you, considering that process, how do you get people now to you're gonna do it again? Whether you're gonna build on what was done or you're gonna start from scratch or somewhere in the middle, you're gonna have to get the people involved. how do you reach out to the communities? I know you personally have reached out to the communities, but I'm saying as a government, if you could provide some advice to them to say, listen, you guys did it wrong the first time. How do they reach out to people to get that inclusivity, that participatory element to process?
Yeah, my own experience is that people immediately can relate to issues of constitution as long as they see it impacting their lives directly. So you can start a conversation about the constitution with Melissa, right? Okay. Because you can start to talk about, okay, how could we have prepared differently? What changes could we have made if we had you as a community with the right to have a say in your both your local and national decisions, because there are mechanisms that exist to do so. Could that lead better outcomes? If you had a mechanism in which, for example, every community, every parish has a share of the capital development budget, and that could be done through elected. If you had those mechanisms in place, could that yield better outcomes? So that's the conversation we need to have. And nothing I say, nothing anybody says is going to guarantee this outcome. But we need the best set of decisions from all of us in the society about what we think is most likely to work. And the leader of the opposition feel that the process must be participatory and that our voices must be involved, then it is important to work out that mechanism. We can't start from the perspective that says, well, people are not educated, or, people are corrupt, or, it's all very negative because, well, in some places and in some spaces that may be true. No, but it doesn't mean that it will be true like this forever. Remember, this conversation, as you know, Will, is about the future. It's not about now. It's Correct. About creating the legal framework for a future society, a society that you and I perhaps will not be in.
No, my plan for I shouldn't
say perhaps will not be in, right? Right? Because, well, I say it because, okay, if it takes 10 years for us to get that legal framework, then, we're all 10 years older and closer to the grave, right?
But so 10 years wiser.
Right, 10 years wiser as well. But we really need a framework that could provide the next generation a fighting chance, a generation who, if we educate better and differently, has a fighting chance to come up with the kinds of solutions we need to solve this problem. I want to say one important thing, and I think some of the listeners will get this point. The entrepreneurial capacity of our country lies in our communities. That's where our music came from. That's where our best athletes come from, right? That's where the creative potential of the nation lies, right? If that's true, and I think it is, then we need better mechanisms to harness that potential and transform it. And music is a good example because we can just think back at what happened those early days of independence when this new musical form was emerging and so on. Even prior to independence, there were roots of the music. But nobody paid it any mind. There was no mechanism in which those early musicians could get any support. Because government, there's no government that is going to, no central government that was paying any mind to that, right? But what if you had people, their family, their friends, people who know them, who were able to influence local government's decision and help to invest in what they were doing? The possibility of that industry growing faster and today much more prolific, because institutions would have been set down, schools in every community across Jamaica that are supporting musicians, that are coming up with new instruments. We're in a zone of the world where, we've created instruments, that's the pan and so on. Our creative capacity is endless. And if we had that potential coupled with and supported by a dynamic diaspora that has shown its potential communities, what if we could have? So I'm just making the point that if we think about our development options differently, if we think about how we harness the potential, the creative potential that exists within our communities, and it's only us in these communities who know, because we know that child that is trying something and that needs support. And all of us as a community say, let's back that child or that group of children, because we see their potential, we know them bright, and we know so them will come up with something that 10 years from now could help all of us in the community, right? So that's where I think we need to think think outside the box and think a little differently about a different structure of government that can deliver better outcomes.
All right. When you think about the money that was pumped into creating this Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, billions, and now it's subsumed within the Ministry of Justice, and that minister has been unceremoniously relegated to the backbench. When you think about all that money that was wasted, and I think OT mentioned it, think about all the money that was wasted on constitutional reform. The first question is, why should people feel excited and enthused about doing it, knowing that we spent all of this money and at the end of the day, we had a bill that went nowhere, resulting in the collapse of that ministry? That's one. The second one is, and it's in the chat, I know the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway, because I know the person who's asking the question wants the question to be asked. It says, Ms. Rosalie, would you agree that there's much more to address? For example, fix the judicial system before constitutional reform, because there's no privy council after that is done, and that's the highest court.
Yeah, well, for me, part of the structure of government includes our judiciary. So I'm fully on board with respect to a judicial arrangement that understands our reality, can produce a jurisprudence, a way of thinking about the law that can facilitate our development. And so I'm all for the inclusion of a judiciary and a different approach to the legislature and the Senate as part of the rethinking of the structure of government that I think can deliver better outcomes. So I fully support the listener who wants the judiciary to be part of it. I think it's part of our government. And I want to urge us not to see the changes as piecemeal, because ultimately it's about a set of laws about running our society. They're not just piecemeal changes. They have to fit together in a coherent way. So you get to the conclusion that we need a different judicial arrangement than perpetuating a old colonial one that again served the interests of for a different time and for a different purpose. Because you have your highest laws of your land in the hands of foreigners, because and you have your head of state in the hands of foreigner, because you want a colonial society in which the buck stops with the colonial master, right? Now we're long past that. And the question is what we have today adequate to meet the needs of today's generation? And I think that if we think carefully, the old structure of government is just not adequate to meet the challenges of today.
Mr. Hill and Opal, Mahoney, big up on yourself. Welcome. So the first question, Art, that's the answer to Don's question. The first question is, why should the Jamaican people why should they be in a participatory mood, considering that so much money was spent and went down the drain? That's one. The second question I want to ask is this: do you believe in reform, replace, repeal?
All right. Well, let me take the first point about the amount of money spent. I mean, I am disappointed myself. I mean, the point was made about town halls. The ministry's own report that from the period 2022 to date, up to last year anyway, there were 6 town hall meetings in 6 parishes and about 12,000 people engaged. Now, after the entire establishment of the ministry, I think that's clearly inadequate. And that's again why we need a different approach. Now, let me say this, I always say that, we can always look at the negative side of things and just feel hopeless and say, why nothing can go on. But I think every time we do that, we miss our power. We miss the power of the people to galvanize. You asked the question, who will lead the process? The people of Jamaica can lead, but they can only lead if they get involved. So if everybody stays out and we expect, quote unquote, civil society leaders, a few of us who are vocal and speaking to do it, it will not happen. Ultimately, we need our leaders in parliament. We need our prime minister and our leader of the opposition to wade in on these decisions because they comprise the government. And civil society and the people can't change the rules because we as a people have agreed, as long as we live in a democracy, we've agreed that we're going to give our power to our representatives to speak on our behalf. So they ultimately have an important role, and it is their decisions that is going to shape that bill. But we have to see that we have a power, and the power we have is the power through our representatives we elect and our individual power. So we ought to be engaged in our representatives and say, hey, this is what we want. We can't be so cynical and say, well, I'm going to vote you or I'm going to like your party or whatever. We can't. If we take that position, we've lost. The status quo will continue, right? But if we, the people, decide that this matter of the Constitution is very different than any election and so on and so on, it's about the rules that guide how we live in our country. And that we are going to step up to the plate and get involved. And if more and more of us get involved, we hold our own community meetings, we invite our representatives, and we say, this is how we think, right? And we push and we push and we push and we push. Our voices cannot be ignored. But it's the strength of our voice. It's the conviction of our voice. It's the wisdom in our voice that will matter. So we have a lot of work to do. And I think it's too easy to point to the politicians and say, oh, them corrupt or them not serious or business as usual. It's too easy, right? I think it's much more difficult to ask ourselves, what are we going to do to ensure that our voices are heard, that we can encourage others in our communities, in our professional organizations, in our churches, wherever we gather. What are we willing to do to say we want a say in the constitutional reform process, right? And at minimum, if your view is, boy, I don't know nothing about the Constitution, blah, 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 then I think at minimum, you need to make an effort to learn. Either go on the internet, a lot of information there, or you find individuals, right? There's a lot of information, articles, social media, video. There's a lot out there. Invite people. Come. We want to better understand this thing.
Or they can come around here because we do that.
Absolutely. Listen to Will program. Right? Exactly.
But getting back to the last question, though, are you for this so-called reform? Or are you for repeal and replace? Are you for changing bits and pieces of it? Or you want to...
I've made the point already, and I think some of that repeal, reform, and so on can be semantics. Let's be frank, right? Because if you change one significant thing in the Constitution, it is a new Constitution. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
So I want to just say that I am for a new Constitution that delivers a different structure of government that can yield better outcomes. That's what I am for. And for me, and I've written about it and so on, people can Google and see the perspectives I've raised in terms of what needs to change in the structure. I think you will have a new constitution. Some people will say you change it. Why? Because there's some things in the constitution that are good that I have no problem skipping.
Right, but here's the thing: if the idea is that every time you change something that's significant in the constitution, you have essentially established a new constitution, then we could safely say when they change the age requirement for retirement of the DPP, then we have a new constitution.
Well,
that is
the question is whether that's significant. I would argue it is not.
Well, some people, well, there are, give an example. There are things in the Constitution like the Bill of Rights, the so-called Bill of Rights, right? That's significant, and so you could say that's a new constitution. So what I'm arguing for is, look, why don't we do this? Why don't we get the experts? We function under this current constitution. We lock up the experts for about 2-3 years because it's going to take. We want them to deliberate. We don't want this to be quick and fast, and next thing you come out, you have all kinds of issues. We're saying take your time, deliberate, and then come out, and then let's talk about it. Every 4 months or so, you come and you give the Jamaican people an update as to what you're doing. And by the end of that period, 2 years, 3 years, we will have a brand new constitution that will seek to repeal this one, the one that we've been tinkering with over the years, and then we'll replace it with a brand new constitution. What are your
so in principle, I don't have a problem with that. The question is, what does, and you've raised it, what does brand new mean? All right, so I'll give you one interpretation of brand new for me. If we think aggregatively on the Constitution, if we think on the Constitution as a whole, it tends to deliver two things: rights and freedoms and provisions dealing with the structure of government. My feeling is that if both changes significantly, we have a new constitution. Now, we can get more granular in terms of what does that mean, because you made a good point that we did change our Chapter 3, the Bill of Rights, a few years ago, 2011. But is that a new constitution? All right. So, and there are more changes that one could make. I argue, for example, that an important right that we don't have is community rights, right? And so those kinds of changes, if we make those changes and so on, and we have a different structure of government, then I think those two gets to the heart of what a constitution is. And when we change it, we have a new constitution, right? Some people remember, think about it. If you look at the conversations we've had about republics, say Barbados, for example. So they've changed a core provision, which is the head of state. And that almost by itself, and this is true across the world, gets redefined as a republic. And some could argue that's a new constitution. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So, right. And so the thing is that, again, that's why I said we could get caught up in the semantics of it, because it really boils down to what exactly are we talking about. I keep my eye on these two things, because all the other, every detail in the Constitution tend to affect either of these two things, most of the provisions in our Constitution. And so while we have changed our human rights provisions and the rights and freedoms provisions, Chapter 3 in 2011, we have not significantly changed the structure of government. And I argue that changing the head of state is not enough.
Okay.
We have to go beyond that to look at the role of our representatives in Parliament. We need adequate oversight of cabinet decisions, so that the executive does not continue to dominate the legislative process and the legislative function of Parliament. We're seeing it right now, where almost every member of Parliament on the governing party side, the JLP, is an executive member.
Yeah.
Now, how do you create an oversight body in the Parliament when you are part of the oversight? You're in the executive and you're You're overseeing yourself.
You police yourself, right?
Don't work, can't work. So it's not effective. It's not functional, right? I mean, we borrowed this from the British, and the British has no such arrangement in which the cabinet and the executive dominates the legislative process. It is quite the opposite. It is the capacity of the legislator to do their job, to hold the cabinet in check and the prime minister. And when the legislators are not happy with the prime minister, the majority include the majority, which is the majority of the MPs, which are the ruling party MPs, will kick the prime minister out. We've seen it several times in Britain.
True.
And you only can do that when your legislature has a clear, distinct function that's different from your executive. And we can get confused about the fact that we have a fused parliament where, you know, the executive are also legislation and so on. We understand that, but their functions are different. The executive function is very different than the legislative function. And
Well, go ahead. No, finish.
I'm just making the point that those are the kinds of structural changes we have. And once we can do that, I think that we can move closer to better outcomes.
All right, sorry to interrupt you. We're almost out of time. Kevin didn't get to ask his question. So, Kevin?
No, I am always in receiving mode when Rosie is with us, you know, because...
As we all are.
Yeah, because one of the things with the Constitution, I'm like a lot of people in Jamaica that knows that one existed but didn't know what it was or what it did, right? And so as it comes to figuring out where are we going from this place to moving to a republic and the role the Constitution plays in that, I'm a student of it. You know, I'm curious about, okay, so what is it doing now versus what will it do if there's a change? One of the questions that was posted in the comments was directed at you, Rosie, if you're more in favor of a ceremonial head of state versus one elected by the people. Let me see if I can find it back. Big ups, make we talk, Jeffrey Tavares.
Yes. Let me quickly say on that note that Will, you have to invite me back to give a comprehensive answer to that question. Because you see, people say elected head of state, but the question is, are you electing an executive president or are you electing ceremonial? Right? I mean, in other words, people don't line up easily on both sides. It's very nuanced because even the idea of a ceremonial president, there's no notion. We've never had a purely ceremonial governor general, for example. Ever since independence, we've given the governor general some work. So the powers in the hands of the president is key. Right? What powers are we going to put in that president? And do we also want a prime minister and a president? And people line up on different, it's not as simple elected versus non-elected, right? Because the question that plagues Jamaica, whether we have an elected or a ceremonial president, is what kind of oversight and accountability mechanism will be in place for the president or the prime minister, whoever has the power, to ensure that we don't continue the kind of dictatorial, constitutional dictatorial arrangement that we have, right? Where you have unfettered power in the hands of our prime minister, right? And let me just say for those who are listening and may think this is about this government, this is not about this. It is about every government we've had since independence. And we've seen the awesome power in the hands of successive prime ministers. Do we want to continue that? And what is that oversight arrangement to ensure that the prime minister, the cabinet ministers, the executive is accountable? They can't just spend millions of dollars and there's no consequence. waste our taxpayers' dollars, and there's no consequence. So for me, as I said, I know you're running out of time. There's a much more fulsome conversation that's required. I don't think the issues turn on whether a president is elected or not. I think it turns on where the power lies and what kind of oversight mechanism and effective control over excessive abuse of power will we have, whether the president is elected or not.
Rosalie, I tell you, you're gonna have to come back. I have a bunch of questions here on the phone. A lot of people asking me to ask you a whole bunch of questions, but we're almost out of time. So I just want to thank you for coming on and educating us, making us wiser, smarter. And I just want you to take care of yourself. I know you're safe and sound, but you know it doesn't hurt to take that extra step of precaution. Right. And we're praying dearly, earnestly, fervently for the people of Jamaica and Jamaica, because it's not looking good right now. And we know that should this thing take a turn for the worse, it's going to affect all of us. I want to say affect all of us. I'm not talking about physical possessions, talking about lives. Absolutely. And we just can't afford to lose people. We need every person. And so hoping that the government is true to its word when it says that it has inspected all these shelters and things are in place. We shall see. So
yes, and let me say, Will, that I think that certainly the government's frequent engagement with the public about what's happening, the operation of our meteorological society service that has given tremendous bulletins on a regular basis, updates. Yvonne Thompson has been amazing, talking to the nation and so on. I think we're coming together as a nation, especially coming out of our divisive kind of arrangement. And I do think that the leadership that we need from our government at this time is on show and is being felt, because we do want our leaders to constantly reassure us that they have things in check. Now, there are going to be problems, there are flaws, we know everything is not perfect. But I think we are coming together as a nation, holding each other's hands, holding our neighbors, whichever side they're on, and just say, hello, we need to work together to weather this storm. And we continue to pray, and we, thank you all for the prayers as we buckle down and face this tremendous storm that's ahead of us.
All right. Thank you again for being with us. Stay safe.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Rosie. Take care.
All the best.
All right. Yes, folks, that was our sister, Rosalie Hamilton.
Glad she is family, boy.
Yeah, like every time she comes around, Kevin, it's like it's another learning experience, because there's so much wisdom coming from her, and it's just sad that we don't have her. It's so sad that she's not playing a more prominent role, and that's not because she doesn't want to. I know this for a fact. She's gone out and she's done the things that she needs to do to get communities aware of what's going on. Again, we want to thank her for being here with us. No, ladies and gentlemen, our final guest is here. And what's the final guest? Final guest for today, because the program will continue Wednesday and Saturday, so on and so forth. We have with us today none other than investigative reporter extraordinaire, Ms. ZAHRA Burton. And she has been, shall we say, spending a lot of time looking at a range of issues, including the market me arrangement with the Ministry of Health. And there is an agency, family planning. I think there were about 15 contracts. And she has done extensive work on it. And she's here to talk to us today. I was planning to do a little piece, but we have to defer to the guest. Plus, we have to defer to the ladies. So we're going to have ZAHRA come on and step the floor and tell us what's going on, and then we'll go from there. Miss Burton, welcome. Thanks for being here with us.
Thank you, guys. How are you doing?
Hey, ZAHRA, welcome back.
Before you go any further, let me ask you, what's the weather like where you are?
I was just going to say, you know, I'm sure you're doing better than us here in Jamaica because we're expecting this big storm and slow storm at that. We're very frightened by the fact that it is going to be so slow. We heard from the weatherman today. This is Evan Thompson from the Meteorological Service, and he said it's going to hit Tuesday at a category 4. He also said it's going to last for several days. You're talking about, he says, a good, we call it a good 5 days, we call it,
Wow.
right? So we have a set of days coming up, to say the least.
Okay. Wow. Well, look, I'm hoping that you've made the necessary arrangements to protect yourself.
Me too.
So, you know, you know, these hurricanes are so weird because, you know, that sometimes they don't follow the pattern predicted by man. You know what I mean? They go around, they go over, they go left, they go right when they should go do the opposite.
I think everybody is praying right now. You know, you know how Jamaica is. We're a very praying nation, right? So everybody is praying right now in hopes that it takes a different turn or it weakens or whatever the case is. I'm in the bunch.
Okay. Because this morning I went on the cameras and I was looking at Halfway Tree and Crossroads and downtown Kingston, and it looked like a regular day. People just moving around doing their own thing.
It looks pretty dark in terms of gloomy outside, but not like heavy rain. We've not had any heavy rain yet. Everything is kind of light so far, but the roads are emptying. I'm not saying they're empty; they're emptying. That's how I would describe it.
All right.
I just tried a while ago, for instance, to go to a restaurant. And they say, okay, take out, because they're always open. And it's like, I said, you know, maybe I could get something from you. And he's like, you mean take out? And I was like, no, to dine. And he said, no, dining is closed, you know, so that's where we are.
Okay. Well, look, we're happy to have you here, considering that there is so much on your plate and there's so much happening in Jamaica. And you've seen it fit to join us for the last hour or so, actually less than an hour, to go over this project that you're working on. So the floor is yours. Talk to us and we'll join in. We'll ask a couple of questions, and I'm sure you're going to get people in the chat asking questions. I'm going to get people calling me or texting me. So
have you set the stage yet for this interesting report, or am I supposed to set the stage?
You know, no, because we just finished with ROSALEA Hamilton. We just finished. As I saw you. All right. Here's the thing, people. You know what? I'll just set the stage quickly. I had a few notes here. What happened, folks, is that some years ago they had this thing, the you know, global concern about non-communicable diseases, cardiovascular disease, hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and the World Health Organization said, look, we have to do something about this. We have to deal with tobacco use, unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, harmful use of alcohol. So the World Health Organization recommended that member states prioritize these things, these diseases, and develop a framework for the prevention and control. And in 2007 and 2011, all of these member states, I think it was like 100 and something countries, they had all kinds of meetings, and it led to a declaration that countries would implement, they call it multi-sector, cost-effective, population-wide interventions in an effort to address the issue. What it simply means is that them say, look, people are dead, them not exercise, them not eat right, and so as a concerned world, we have to do something about it. So them say, all of us as member states, we're going to come up with a plan to deal with this. And in 2013, Jamaica implemented its plan. And we talked about, I mentioned the name earlier. In the interest of time, I won't even, wait a minute. In the interest of time, let me see if I can find the name here. It's, you remember the name, Kevin? Let me see.
You mean the one from OGM?
The Jamaica's plan was named the National Strategic and Action Plan for the Prevention and Control of Non-Communicable Diseases. A long name, but what it actually says was, and I've read it, it's just saying, listen, we're going to have to do something about people smoking, people drinking, healthy lifestyle, eating well, exercising. Now, as a result of that, Jamaica's plan was in 2013, and then in 2018, Jamaica provided an update at the United Nations, and they announced that this initiative called Jamaica Moves, the campaign was launched in 2017. Now, before that, though, we had several contracts between a company called Market Me and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and the contracts total, the 15 contracts, 14 with the Ministry of Health and Wellness and one with family planning. They total about 78, 79 million Jamaican dollars. And I've been asking, where's the value for money? But ZAHRA has been asking better questions, more in-depth questions, and it's more than just value for money. It has to do with procurement. It has to do with conflict of interest. It has to do with a whole range of things. And it's fascinating to talk to her, to listen how in-depth her investigation has been. And it continues. It's not ending, because every time you talk to her, there is another point. There's another point. There's another point. Is that enough for you, ZAHRA? You want me to go on?
All right. So that set the stage that there was a contract. Okay. So let's start by saying back in 2020, I got into a lot of trouble with the world of Jamaica for asking what you would call it, an inappropriate question.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No. Hold on a second, ZAHRA. Where is it, Kevin? Where is it? Kev, help me out here. Time around, Kevin. 10:25. Wait there. Wait, ZAHRA there. Where is it? Me no see ZAHRA. Where?
Yeah, I don't see it either. What was here?
Yeah, some of the things I'm gone, man. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. There.
Yes.
Take a look at this. I don't mean to. What I like, ZAHRA took it in stride because I mentioned it to her and she was like, hey, no big deal.
Mr. Dr. Christopher Tufton, blast journalists over extramarital rumors on social media.
Let me respond. First of all, that's none of your business. Just as I leave you to your private life, I'd like you to allow me mine. Thank you very much.
He has also filed a report with the police in relation to the developments.
Teach them! Always make sure the message reach them!
Minister, a quick question to you. Do you have, Minister, any close affiliation with any of the directors of Market Me?
Very, very quick. Yes, I have a great relationship with Market Me. I think they're an amazing company. They have delivered very effectively during my tenure as minister. And I have no difficulty in saying that they work hard, and I have enjoyed working with them.
At any point, did the minister, Chris Tufton?
By the way, people, the lady, that female voice you hear is none other than our esteemed guest, ZAHRA Burton. Here we go.
Recommend Market Me to you as a supplier. That's 2. And then 3, but this one is for the minister. You were saying a while ago, Minister Tufton, that you really, appreciate the work that Market Me does and did. I think the question that Edmund wanted to ask was maybe not answered thoroughly. So I would just want to ask it more directly. Did you cheat on your wife with any of the principals?
No, Minister.
Hold on. No, let me answer.
Minister.
Let me respond. First of all, that's none of your business. And I would prefer you stick to questions around the operations of the ministry. And just as I leave you to your private life, I'd like you to allow me mine. Thank you very much.
Okay. There you go. As the mother said, in Buffio, right?
And he's well within his right to buff me. The point is that as a journalist, I felt like I had to ask the question, right? And it is important I asked that question because that relationship, I thought, had relevance to the issue of whether Chris Tufton, as the Minister of Health, was in fact giving contracts, his ministry was in fact giving contracts to Market Me, whose co-founder and one of the principals was Lindsay McDonough, who social media had said at that time, which is what triggered everything. Social media at that time had said that she and him were in fact having an affair, a romantic relationship. And so I felt like it was an important question. Anyway, I got, slaughtered for asking the question. So many years removed now, here we are. I've done quite a number of stories about Chris Tufton's influence over the years on the Jamaica Moves contracts that were awarded. So there were 2 big contracts, okay? Let me just dumb it down for you because you mentioned 15, 14 from the health ministry. And all of these, incidentally, were direct contracts. That means no competitive bidding. So let's go through. The very first one was for about 15.8 million Jamaican dollars. That contract, the way it was given, was very curious on so many levels. I found it curious from the very beginning in 2020. I went to town investigating that particular contract. And in the IC's report very recently, they too focused on that particular contract. Now, let me set the stage about why that contract investigation was so important. 1, Lindsay McDonough was allegedly the girlfriend of Minister Tufton. He, by all different reporting I've done, appointed her to the board of the National Health Fund, which is the entity that ended up funding the Jamaica Moves first $15.8 million contract. But back up, this is in 2016 now. Lindsay McDonough gets appointed to this board. While she's on this board, in her other capacity as Market Me's co-founder and co-managing director, essentially she's also making a presentation to the ministry in the minister's presence about Jamaica Moves to the ministry. And then she is still serving on the board in 2016. And then the ministry submits her proposal to the National Contracts Commission as an unsolicited proposal. And the National Contracts Commission, because the contract is $15.8 million, it's above the threshold. At the time, I believe it was $1.5 million that you could maybe, okay, we need some pest control. Here's a 200,000. Anything up to 1.5 million, you could give it direct. But 15.8, it needs some extra approval levels. So the National Contracts Commission gets involved and they say, okay, ministry, you're allowed to go ahead with direct contracting for this particular contract at $15.8 million. So they get that approval in December of 2016. Okay. Lindsay McDonough is still on the board. Now, at the January meeting, I reported this, and you can always go to my website to see it, www.18degreesnorth.tv. I'd encourage you to go there for my latest stuff that comes out.
One quick second, ZAHRA. One quick sec. Joan, can you put up ZAHRA's website, please, in the chat so it's people can actually. It's there already?
In the chat.
Okay, all right. Sorry. All right, go ahead, ZAHRA.
No, just I saw what you're saying in the chat, but it's there on my lower third.
Well, it's a part of her title when you look at her name.
No, I see. I was looking over this side. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
All right.
So we come now to December 6, 2016. They get approval to go ahead. All right. So now, for some reason, I guess maybe because the ministry didn't have the money, January comes around and there's a board meeting to discuss Jamaica Moves. Lindsay McDonough, though she's the one behind Jamaica Moves, is in the board meeting. Now, I reported how problematic that was because here you have an individual who is a board member and she's sitting in a meeting discussing her own $15.8 million contract. Now, let's not use the word discussing because the truth is that we don't have any proof that she was discussing it. We have proof that she was in attendance at that meeting. And I'll get to that in a second about what the IC found about that meeting. So she sits in that meeting and she discussed Jamaica Moves. And the board is discussing this thing and thinking, oh, okay, it needs to be better scoped and everything. And she's just sitting in the meeting. All right. Inappropriate. I reported how The rules surrounding public procurement at that time say specifically, right, that if you have a conflict of interest, you are supposed to declare your interest, okay? And that is just basic governance rules. In fact, it goes ahead a little bit further. It actually says if the contractor has a conflict of interest and or some other word, a potential conflict of interest, something like that, they're not in a contract at all, okay? So her sitting discussing, or not discussing, sitting in the meeting is very inappropriate. So I did that story. Okay, so that was January. In February now, she resigns. Who is her letter addressed to of resignation? Christopher Tufton. So what does that tell you? Did he appoint her? I think so. Okay. And
he's our boss. That means,
generally speaking,
I give it to my boss.
The minister recommends for appointment these individuals, and then the cabinet approves it. That's the general process. Okay. All right. So we fast forward now to a finance subcommittee meeting of the NHF board. In that subcommittee meeting, again, I reported that they discussed this Jamaica Moves initiative, and they actually said in the minutes, I got the minutes, they actually said that the minister and the permanent secretary at the time, who they say was Sansa Bennett Templar, I think it was, the minister and the permanent secretary have said that this is going to be an ongoing program, right? So they should fund it and everything. And again, they had some concerns about the scope of it and, you know, what it was supposed to achieve. They seem to have some governance concerns around that contract. Okay. So that is the same month, February. Now, in the late part of February, February 20-something now, the big board meeting occurs again. She's no longer there because she's resigned, right? The finance committee makes a recommendation to the board that they accept the idea of funding Jamaica Moves. 15.8 million. Guess who is in the meeting in that February meeting? Christopher Tufton. So here goes his friend, alleged sweetheart. And he, incidentally, even though he said it was none of my business, he did issue a statement saying that the allegations that had been surfacing on social media at the time were false, you know, all kinds of different names. But in terms of the actual allegation about whether they were involved, he never really denied that aspect directly. And I asked him subsequently, I believe in email, I may have asked even Lindsay McDonough. She didn't answer me or anything like that. So, okay, so the only thing we have is alleged sweetheart, okay? No confirmation or firm denial in either direction at that time. Okay, so there is a conflict of interest that Chris Tufton obviously has, because here in this meeting, he's a minister, he's very influential, and here it is, Jamaica Moves is on the agenda to be funded by his project, you know, she's, you know, his friend's project. Okay. What's supposed to happen is that Chris Tufton, recuse yourself. You do not sit in that meeting. Now, of note, and in my own reporting, I report that there were 2 different departures of individuals recorded in the minutes of that meeting. So there was a director who came and left. Her departure was recorded. Remember, the minister's late arrival that day was also recorded. So you have the arrival recorded. You have the departure of the director. That's recorded, time and date. Then you have departure of some KPMG executives who came to address the meeting. That's recorded. Now, Jamaica Moves is being discussed, and I don't see no departure for the minister that day from the meeting to say that he was recused from the meeting. So I reach over to the NHF people and I said, I don't notice a departure for the minister. And they say, well, he did in fact leave the meeting, right? I said, but how come you have the date and the, you know, departure time exact, something like, you know, 9:02, I mean, very exact, you know, and you have the exact departure date for the KPMG, and the most important person is the minister, and no departure date or time recorded for the no departure time recorded for the minister. I said, how can you say that he departed when you didn't record it? No response from them all of a sudden. So, what do you assume as the public? No, I can't say so as the reporter, but it seems to me, to the reasonable person, that's how you must say it, that it was in the meeting when Jamaica Moves was being funded, right? When that decision was taken. That's how it seems to the reasonable person, I'm sure, that this was what happened. Okay, so the funding occurs and everything is good to go for the first year. The contract gets signed in June of 2017. Everything seems to be going just swimmingly well. And unlike other people, I actually thought she did a very good job of getting the word out about Jamaica Moves. There were so many 5Ks going on in Jamaica. Give her credit where credit is due. I thought it was, everybody was kind of getting into it, physical activity, and I actually give her credit. Yeah, I'm like that. I see good in terms of progress, the way that it's being marketed. Whether it was effective or not, question mark, question mark, question mark, in terms of the NCDs, which are the non-communicable diseases you were talking about. And that is the value for money part of it that we still have not gotten yet. And incidentally, I should also tell you that just on Friday, no, not Friday, maybe the day before, Thursday, one of those 2 days, I had asked for the health survey that they were supposed to do. They did one in 2018. And they were supposed to do another one, I believe it was, to determine the effectiveness of this program. And I've asked for that updated health and lifestyle survey. And I was told that since 2018, there has not been one, even though there was supposed to be one. Okay. So I haven't been able to ascertain the information to know if it has been effective in achieving the goals. Okay. Now we get to some of the contracts that were awarded, because the 2017 contract finished now, and some whole little contracts in the interim were recorded, and they were like 1 million something, this million something, whole little contracts for Jamaica Moves, right? Again, all direct contracts, okay? And then in 2019, a much bigger contract gets awarded, $38.9 million, right? And that's supposed to go for a year. Not that was eventually disbursed, but the point is, at first it was 38.9 million, and I think 20 high million was disbursed for the contract. Okay, so everything is going swimming. And this press conference occurred. So that is the backstory and the investigations that I did in speaking to other people, different experts, corporate governance experts. They both said the actions of Lindsay McDonough, being on that board, sitting in that meeting when her initiative was being discussed.
Zahra, it looks like your connection is unstable. I don't know if you can hear me. All right, Rebel, Zahra frozen, and I know they're not experiencing cold fronts in Jamaica.
Yeah, I guess maybe she have to. Zahra, if you can hear us, you're frozen. Maybe you need to come out and rejoin us. Okay.
Oh, so it looks like she lost connection altogether.
No, she's back. She's back. Hold on. Here she is. All right, there she is.
Was that my internet?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that.
No.
All right. So
the signal is not very strong, so forgive me.
Okay.
Yeah, it has been happening today, apparently. Okay. Probably the weather.
Okay.
Cloud cover,
So I hope I at least set the stage. Now I'm going to say to you the investigative report by the Integrity Commission. Because when the news came out, there was quite a bit of concern about the fact that this occurred. And so the opposition spokesperson on health, Morris Guy, at the time, he requested an investigation. He said the IC should investigate.
1 second,
so
Zahra.
2020.
I don't think we got the end of your point when you were saying that the recording of the minister, you mentioned the last part of McDonough being in the meeting but then you froze in that. So we didn't quite catch the end of it.
Okay, did I not come across when speaking about the minister's presence in the second?
So when he is in the yes, and then they said that he left, and it was specific. But
No, he didn't leave. Not according to the minutes.
Right. You're saying that they said that he left, and you're questioning how everybody else left, and it was specific down to the minute. 9:02, somebody left, and then he supposedly left, and nothing.
Right.
So we didn't quite get the end of that.
Okay, so I was saying, if you have recorded departure times down to the minute for the three other people, or at least, I think it was at least three other people that had left, how comes you didn't record the minister's departure, the most important person? How come you didn't record his departure? And so to the reasonable person, you would have to say, he didn't leave that meeting.
Right.
And I was saying that that is highly inappropriate. From every governance expert I spoke to, if he was in that meeting, and it appears he was, that would have been highly inappropriate. Why? Because if you have a relationship, forget about any alleged sweetheart, whatever, if you have a relationship with somebody and you are the minister and their contract is being discussed, number one, it's supposed to be disqualified anyway, but if you're just governance rules in general, if you are, supposed to be advising and giving policy direction or whatever the case is, but you have a particular relationship with an individual, you should be out of that meeting. You recuse yourself from all activity.
Right.
Okay. So that's the point I was making.
Oh,
I hope I got everybody.
The survey, right. So it was the big, where 5K started happening everywhere, and there was supposed to be a survey, and one didn't happen since 20.
Right. I had said that this week I actually asked under the Access to Information Act. I had said to them, in 2020, when the Ministry of Health officials had appeared before the Parliament, they had mentioned that in terms of the effectiveness of the program, they had mentioned that there was a 2018 survey that had been done, like a health and lifestyle survey. Yes. And then they were supposed to do another one to assess the effectiveness of this program. I, under the Access to Information Act, just this week, had asked them for a copy of the updated survey that was done so I could see it, to see if there was any effective, measures that were, changing lifestyle, if NCDs had gone down, what statistics I could pull. And they told me that there had not been an updated survey since 2018.
Right.
So the knowing of whether or not it was an effective program, I do not know at this point. Okay. But I can tell you there was a lot of hype around fitness. Okay. And that is a good thing.
Right.
All right. So we fast forward now. I hope you're still with me. To 2025.
We're reached now.
That back in 2020, there was a call by the opposition spokesperson on health, Dr. Morris Guy, for the investigation to occur by the Integrity Commission. So it's 5 years out. The Integrity Commission this month releases the findings. And the findings are, in my view, worthy of charges. But the DI, who is an attorney, did not charge Chris Tufton. And it really, I'm not going to lie, it really floored me, because I said to myself, here we are. We have, from the same DI, indications of influence like no tomorrow that Chris Tufton had on this particular program. And in fact, the DI ruled that there was indirect influence. Here are some of the key findings that he came up with, why he said there was indirect influence. Number one, He said that Tufton was the one who, upon taking office in March of 2016 as the minister, introduced Market Me to the ministry. Number two, it was Tufton who asked that Market Me be involved in all PR activities related to his role before the ministry had ever contracted with the company. Number three, Tufton who pushed for the company to present its proposal for its physical activity program, Jamaica Moves, though another firm, OGM Integrated Communications, already had a contract for a similar program called Make It Count. Okay. Number four, he didn't declare formally his conflict of interest. Number five, when the Market Me people had submitted this unsolicited proposal, Market Me and OGM, at Chris Tufton's request, were both to present, according to Stephanie Shaw-Smith, which was the former director, or the director then, of public relations and communications and so on. So according to this testimony from the permanent secretary at the time, who was Kevin Harvey, Dr. Kevin Harvey, he gave all those things that I just read. He was the one, and this lady Shaw-Smith, that told the DI all this stuff. And they said that OGM made its presentation at one of these weekly briefings that the minister had with senior management. And Market Me also made her presentation. And instead of leaving, he was sitting in the presentation. It doesn't say what was happening by the minister in the presentation, but he was sitting in her presentation. Again, he shouldn't have been in that meeting. Now, in addition to that, Shaw-Smith says that over one of the weekends, she was invited to a meeting at Market Me, and Market Me's Lindsay McDonough, then Chris Tufton also, and her from the ministry, discussed not only Jamaica Moves proposal, but also the the ongoing campaign by OGM for Make It Count. Now, does that sound wholesome to you that this was going on? In addition, after that same 2016 presentation, according to Harvey, the then permanent secretary, he said, the Honorable Minister of Health asked that myself and the technical team responsible meet with Market Me to further discuss the proposal. He says another meeting took place, a third one, where the ministry outlined deficiencies of Market Me's proposal, advising the company to submit a detailed written proposal if it really wanted to be considered to submit an unsolicited proposal. This unsolicited proposal at that point now gets resubmitted to the ministry, and they send it on to the National Contracts Commission for approval, and they get the approval, and they hire them direct contracting and get the funding from the National Health Fund to be able to do so. The National Health Fund is an agency of the ministry. Now, I was agog when I read this, just really agog. I was like, really? Indirect influence? When I read it to somebody else who is an investigator, they said, it sounds like direct influence to me. But we go along with what the director said. Indirect influence. Now, he ruled, the DI, that the unsolicited proposal was inappropriate and it wasn't justified. Why did he say this? He said the handbook specifically says, right? The handbook is the thing that guides public procurement in Jamaica. The handbook specifically says that an unsolicited proposal is supposed to be uninfluenced by the procuring entity. And he said by the ministry having sat with Market Me to go over the deficiencies of the proposal before it was allowed to resubmit it, that gave it an unfair advantage. Yeah. And it was not necessarily value for money, and it should have gone to competitive tendering. He also said that the unsolicited proposal rules say that it must be a unique situation, and it's not supposed to resemble any other thing that the ministry had been doing. And he said with OGM's program then going on, Make It Count, that means it don't qualify for unsolicited proposal. So that's a breach of the handbook. That's an absolute breach of the handbook. He ruled it was a breach of the handbook. So then you ask yourself, so if it's a breach of the handbook, why is it that we don't have any charges for the ministry officials, number one? Because quite frankly, if I was a DI, the ministry officials, the permanent secretary, and by the way, incidentally, I should say that the permanent secretary, who was Kevin Harvey, he left in July of 2016. Another replacement came. Her name is Elaine Foster Allen. And I don't see an interview. I'm not saying it didn't occur, but in the DI's report, I don't see an interview with Elaine Foster Allen, okay, who was his replacement. Because remember, the contract was signed in June of 2017 and Harvey left. Even though he did what he did, he left in July, so he wasn't around for the contract signing. But Elaine Foster Allen came in 16, and then she must have left, I believe it was late in 16, and then there was another permanent secretary in 17. I think that was Sansia Bennett Templar. And then by 2018, there was another permanent secretary, Dunstan Bryan. So you have to understand that all of this critical information is not necessarily being rolled over to the next person. And I don't think the DI did a good job of finding out what information had been rolled over. So it was a very convenient setup to have had four permanent secretaries between 16 and 18.
18.
Four permanent secretaries. Yes.
Ridiculous.
Kevin Harvey, then Elaine Foster Allen, then Sansia Bennett Templar, then Dunstan Bryan. Very convenient setup, right? I'm just telling you how these things work. Yeah. So information may not have carried over. So all of this was going on. Okay, fine. So now the DI says it's a breach of the handbook. And he said that Lindsay McDonough should also have declared her interest formally. And they use the word formally. So you ask the question, all right, why no charges? All that we got from the DI was that there was this breach. All right, there was this breach. So what's the penalty? No recommendation for charges for ministry officials. No recommendation of charges for Miss McDonough. No recommendation of charges for Minister Tufton. And it's like you're saying to yourself, hold on a second. Did I just read what I read and there's nothing going on? Because this is so astoundingly different from what happened with Prime Minister Andrew Holness for a different report back in 2023, when he himself was fingered for having influenced contracts to Westcon Construction, which was then owned by his business associate. In that 2023 recommendation from the DI, he recommended him for charges based on possible breaches for the Corruption Prevention Act, possible breaches for the same procurement regulations of 2008 that he also referred to in this particular market me investigation. So you ask yourself, okay, so what is different? I don't know. I don't understand. Yes, Holness had actually written a letter and he wasn't referred. He wasn't charged by the Director of Corruption Prosecution, the Holness matter. He was not charged. He was referred, but not charged. And they basically come down to not enough proof, not enough evidence, and so on and so on. Okay, so we clear that away. But the circumstances, now this is what the DI told me. Well, the IC told me after I had asked the DI. The IC said that there was a particular section called personal relationship of the same procurement regulations of 2008, and how the definition of personal relationship was a significant hurdle. He also said that there was just not enough evidence to prove out the offenses. Now, obviously, because he's an attorney, he has to go by the law. So I started to look through the law myself. And I started to say, okay, so here you have 36.1a, 36.1b, and they speak about, any conflict of interest any relation. Do you have the language in front of you? I don't have it right this second. Let me try to pull it up, right? But 36 is particularly, okay, here it goes. This is what it says, guys. It is a duty of any public officer directly or indirectly, because remember now, he was indirectly influencing, So it says, it is the duty of any public officer directly or indirectly involved with the procurement process, and particularly in the preparation of bidding documents, evaluation, contract negotiations, and contract management and payments, to declare to the head of his entity or chairman of the entity's procurement committee any potential conflict of interest in relation to a proposed government contract. And B, declare to the head or chairman any relationship with a bidder, supplier, contractor, or consultant, and refrain from taking part in either the decision-making process or the implementation of any prospective government contract where such a relationship exists. I want to highlight any relationship with a bidder. And it was your host, Rattigan, who pointed that out to me. It says any relationship. That being said, the section 36.2 now says, every personal relationship shall be disclosed in writing, or if in a meeting, orally, and then minuted. And any person who has made such a disclosure of personal relationship shall not sit in any meeting while deliberations on the subject matter are being conducted. And then 36.5, personal relationship in this regulation means consanguinity or affinity up to the third civil degree. Those two terms, they sound big. They just mean family relationships by blood or by marriage. That's all that means. The significance of that is that Minister Tufton and Lindsay McDonough were not related by blood, and they weren't related by marriage, at least not to our knowledge. But the question is, and in the report I'm going to be releasing, I hope you guys sign up because I'm going to be doing a whole analysis on this. Why is it that in the relationship between Prime Minister Honus and Robert Garvin, at that time, they were just business associates and friends. Why is it that that relationship, even though it wasn't blood and it wasn't marriage, why is it that the DI in that instance referred Mr. Honus to the prosecutor to level charges against him? So I've asked that question again to the DI, and he didn't answer that particular question. So that is a big, big, big question mark that I think remains. And I believe wholeheartedly that the DI needs to give an explanation to the states, to us, to Parliament, about why it is that he didn't level charges. This reason about personal relationship and the evidence wasn't enough to solicit a charge or to elicit, to beyond a reasonable doubt. I am not buying it. In my analysis that I'm going to be releasing, I speak about, okay, Section 7 specifically says, remember, no, I'm not an attorney. Okay, I'm not an attorney. But just my read, guys, my read, right? There were other provisions in this act that I feel as if they could have maybe tried to use to come up with a charge, or at least explain why there was no charge. And he's done that before. The DI has said, like, for instance, in the Wycliffe Close, there was a breach of some building breach or whatever the case is. And he specifically said at great pains, he's not going to level a charge or recommend a charge rather, because he had a similar case in the past. And the DPP said that this would not be a chargeable offense because of XYZ. And he also further recommended changes in the law. Yeah. In this case, we don't have any reason at all from the DI as to, in written form, in the report, as to why he didn't recommend any charges, and also what changes in the law he would recommend, which is what, as I said, he did in that previous report. So that to me was a bit inadequate. I found the report overall inadequate. I don't think that the DI did as good of a job as he should have done. Now, in Section 7, it specifically says, tender proceedings for prospective government contracts shall be conducted according to the procedures outlined in the handbook as amended from time to time. Now, if the unsolicited proposal breached the handbook and this law say you must follow the handbook, how come you can't charge the ministry with breaching the handbook. And then in section 40, which is where the penalties talk about, they actually criminalize the idea of not just the breaches, but the aiding and abetting of the breaches. So you ask yourself, why couldn't the DI have recommended that, yes, the ministry breached, and so we're recommending a charge under such, under this provision, and we also recommending a charge for Minister Tufton to answer charges as well for inciting the breach. The regulation actually encourages it. I mean, not encourages it. I mean to say it has it in there. Let me just get to 40. Yeah, 1 second, just reading it to you. A person who contravenes these regulations, that's A, or B, aids, abets, or otherwise knowingly facilitates or is an accessory to the contravention of these regulations, commit an offense and is liable on summary conviction in a resident magistrate's court to a fine not exceeding $1,000, which is, yes, Jamaican, that's $7 US. I know it's a laughable fine, but the point is these regulations existed back then. They don't exist anymore, right? We have a new law now, which is more involved, I would say. It's now a fine of $3 million or 3 years or both if you're convicted of these procurement breaches. So it's more substantial now. But back then, this is what was the case. Anyway, it says, is liable on summary conviction in a resident magistrate's court to a fine not exceeding $1,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months or to both such fine and imprisonment. So why? Does anybody agree with me that we need to hear from the IC a little bit more than just the email that he wrote to me to say, or that the IC wrote to me to say, oh, we couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, section regulation 36.5 gave us a challenge, the personal relationship definition. I don't know. Those are my thoughts. I've spoken a long time. Questions?
You muted, Rebel. Just that you know. I from get-go, for me, it screamed conflict of interest from Jump Street. And the mere fact that it continued, the same questions that you asked are the questions that I would ask. How are we not seeing this? You are investigating this and you brought these charges before, and what makes this different? I'm asking the very same questions. So kudos to you. One thing I would have asked a little bit differently, going way back in time, was where we started. And I'm so, he probably took serious offense to you asking, yo, Bridget, you're cheap for your wife, versus, so did you have extramarital affairs with anyone?
Yeah, I would say to you that you're not the only person who would have asked that question differently, because the DI actually did ask that question differently from me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought that was also a very instructive level of questioning, if you will. I don't know if people, or if we have enough time to speak about that particular questioning back and forth. Do we have time?
Actually, we would have been finished at 8 o'clock. I've been making some adjustments for that because of the weight that this carries. And there's a bit of a challenge in that there are other broadcasting agencies that carry my broadcast also that comes up next, and an event to attend a little bit later on. So what, and Rebel, I'm pretty sure you would be willing to let this happen for more time to go through this here subject matter, because there are things that you have to present also on the matter.
Yeah. Zahra, listen, folks, that presentation you just heard from Zahra is a tip of the iceberg. That's just one of the many issues. The report is about 88 pages, but it might as well have been 800 pages, because the issues just every page you turn,
The issues are just jumping at you. And if you read it with a critical mind, you're gonna ask who, when, why, where, what, how. These things are just jumping out at you, and you don't have to be an investigator or a lawyer to. And I don't mean to demean not being an investigator or a lawyer. What I'm saying is that the questions are so obvious. I mean, the issues are so obvious to you that you're going to ask these questions. No way you're not going to ask. You're going to see these issues, and you're going to ask the same question. You probably won't do it. You if you're not trained as Zahra, you won't be able to do the analysis that she did. But you're going to have some of the same questions. You're going to have some of the questions like, why didn't he do this? And why didn't he do that? And Zahra explained it. There is no answer, no answers forthcoming. And so
no satisfactory answer.
No satisfactory answer. Yeah. It's like one of the answers that Miss Donahue gave about the relationship and the interview.
Oh yeah. I wish I could go into that. I mean, that's very
yeah, it's very significant. Because I'm telling you, people, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 sections of that report where Mr. Tufton talks about his relationship with her. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sections where she talks about her relationship with him and the ministry. So it believe me, people, Zahra, I'm hoping and I'm praying that Jamaica doesn't get hit. And so you'll be able to join us next week.
Next week, yes.
I just spoke to the producer. What we'd like to do is we had some things scheduled for next week, but we're just gonna delay them. We're gonna push them off for another week, and then we can just make it one topic. Just market me, Chris Tufton, Donna, Dunstan, and the other people, and we just do. You and I can just, and Kevin will just go through this whole thing so that Jamaica, and Jamaicans home and abroad, they can just tune into this thing, and they can tune in with their notepad, and they can follow us. Because people, I'm telling you, it is a very convoluted story, and Zahra did much better than I could, because what she did, she summarized a whole range of things. That's not my plan. My plan is, hey, I'm going to talk about the Integrity Commission. I know Zahra doesn't want to talk about the Integrity Commission the way I want to talk about the Integrity Commission, but that's okay. And then we want to talk about the relationship. Then you want to talk about the various laws, the handbook. Because people, here's what happened. The contracts are not governed by one set of laws, They're governed by at least 3 that I'm aware of. 2008, 2015. And then you have 2008, 2008, 2015. And then you have the handbook as well. And then you have other things coming into the mix. And I'm telling you, it is my considered opinion that Mr. Tufton, and I'll just leave this as my conclusion, and next week I'll go into detail, he should have been charged. He should have been.
At least recommended to have been charged.
That's a more precise way. That's a more precise way of putting it. He should have been.
How it works, just let them know that it's the DI who makes the recommendation, and then the director of corruption prosecution within the IC that then says, yes, we're charging, no, we're not charging.
And then we can also talk about the veracity of these people, because if you start lying about certain things, or if your stories are not in agreement with each other, then you start wonder about one of the things I wanted to ask was, did the investigator ask them, did you two talk about your statement before you provided them to the IC? I wanted to ask him, did he ask this? Did you two also, did the IC look at the telephone records? Did they look at bank records? Did they do the tracking of the phones to see whether the 2 phones were staying at the same place at 2 o'clock in the morning for an extended period? They didn't do any of that. But anyway, folks, I tell you what, Zahra, well, I thank you for coming, because Kevin has to run now.
Yeah, I got to run.
Well, yeah, you're going to be around next week?
Next week. All being well.
I can.
All right, outstanding. People will hear it. All 1,000+ on the year. Zahra said she'll be here next week. Next week, that will be our only story for the first time. One story with Zahra.
All right, bye guys. Nice having you.
All right.
Nice being here. What am I saying?
All right, bye-bye.
Turn it up bright. We will fight for the people every day. Rescue
People, join me at 10 tonight. We're going to play some slow jams and kind of cool down the pace because we ended on a high note, you know, and it's a cliffhanger. So join me tonight for some slow jams, and then next week Saturday we're only gonna do one topic only. See you at 10.